o'clock.
Also, finance and tax analyst cautions the political class from bringing the IMF in the Bank of Ghana losses debates.
Public finance decision lies squarely on the shoulders of we Ghanaians, and so the IMF cannot dabble into the affairs of this country as far.
And much later, supply disruptions from Burkina Faso pushed Ghana tomato traders towards local harvests amid rising prices.
It's a price no a cost. First,
We've got details shortly. Stay with us. I am Christabel Sixtus Trevor, and here are the details. The Economic and Organized Crime Office, EOCO, on Tuesday rearrested the former Chief Executive Officer of the National Food and Buffer Stock Company Limited, Hanan Abdul Wahab, and his wife, Faiza Seydou Wuni. The arrest occurred shortly after the Attorney General withdrew all charges against them. There's more in the following reports. We'll bring that to you in our subsequent bulletins. Meanwhile, later last night, Godfrey Dami, counsel for the former CEO, Hanan Abdul, said he has not been given access to this client whilst at detention in Iyoko. He spoke on an Accra radio station.
They have been denied access to counsel. I have junior colleagues of mine who have been sitting at Iyoko since about 11 o'clock. They have not been given access to them. They have not been given access to the former chief executive of Buffer Stock. I mean, what kind of practice is that? They have been sitting at Yoko since 11 o'clock. They have not had access to their clients. They are junior colleagues of mine, and they are still sitting there. Apparently, Hanan even fell ill in the course of all the harassment and was rushed to the hospital and brought back to Yoko office. He's still in the custody of Yoko at the Yoko office. He's not been given access to his lawyers. Yeah, so trying to negotiate is being freed from the custody of Yoko.
Godfrey Dami is counsel for the former CEO of the National Food and Buffer Stock. In another development, investigations into the PDS-linked arrest are deepening, with the Attorney General's office now tracing the flow of funds to determine whether the transactions point to a coordinated scheme or a standalone breach. According to the spokesperson to the Attorney General, Benjamin Alpha Edu, investigators are still following the money trail.
An investigation is ongoing into circumstances surrounding the disappearance of 850 million Ghana cedis from an ECG Car Bank account. The intelligence agencies deem it fit that these four persons be invited for questioning. They've done so, they've granted them bail, and that is where we are at now. We do not know whether it was a coordinated scheme between some officials of PDS and these four persons. What we know and we can speak to at this point is that the investigative agencies want to trace the circumstances surrounding the disappearance of these monies.
That was a spokesperson to the Attorney General, Benjamin Alpha Edu.
The IMF program will be ending very soon. And once the IMF program ends, it means that the fiscal decision, the public finance decision lies squarely on the shoulders of we Ghanaians, and so the IMF cannot dabble into the affairs of this country as far as we exiting their program is concerned. But of course, I mean, he is at liberty to petition the IMF.
Nelson Kujo Kwabaji is a finance and tax analyst. The Public Accounts Committee says it has had enough of the "we've written to Yoko" excuse. The chairperson, Abena Osei Asare, is moving to shut down the vague stories assemblies often tell when they are caught in financial mismanagement in the Auditor General's report. Her solution is to bring the investigators to the witness table. Before we go, Ghana's tomato trade is at a turning point as supply disruptions in Burkina Faso force a decisive shift. Ghanaian traders are now preparing to reduce dependence on cross-border sourcing and rely on local harvests to stabilize prices and supply. There's more in this report by Stanley Nibleo.
Ghana was shaken when Burkinabe authorities announced a ban on the export of tomatoes to neighboring countries. The move triggered a surge in prices of the commodity across local markets. Last month, the restriction was eased for Ghana, allowing traders to resume imports from the Sahelian country. However, supplies have since dwindled as the major crop season in Burkina Faso comes to an end. The few remaining tomatoes on farms are being destroyed by frequent downpours, worsening the shortage. Traders who source the commodity say they are now returning with empty crates.
Because of the rainy season, few empty boxes na keba. If it were more, something like 120 pieces. 55 pieces. Shortage of the boxes in my machine.
This has significantly impacted prevailing market prices.
It's a price no a cost. First na keba form kakraba is say because of fire say omo kwachire and a kofa. Enti eniama no eniano e we chire pint on baba no na eniama no aye condemn.
At Agbogloshi in Accra, only a few tomato traders displayed their wares for sale. The majority were out of stock. At Accra Railways, the few available supplies are yet to be cleared. According to the traders, the last batch of Ghanaian buyers is currently in Burkina Faso to source what remains, after which trips there will cease.
Because omo ko mu nyan sania omo pe no. Pepa cho sagana de ne ba. Eba ma ye ho ahehan transportation ni ade akwa mo de kono kwanye easy.
And that is how we wrap up the morning news here on 3FM 92.7. For more business stories, please check out our website 3news.com. Business is up next.
FM 92.7.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to the business news on Sunrise. Coming up this morning in business, Bank of Ghana slashes currency issuance costs by over 50% in 2025 as printing expenses surge and cash in circulation climbs to 83.8 billion cedis. And also, Institute of Economic Research and Public Policy questions International Monetary Fund oversight and institutional accountability amid Bank of Ghana's 2025 loss.
Supported stabilization programs typically result in significant central bank losses. If so, under what conditions?
And much later, European Union ambassador hails Ghana's economic recovery surges and urges long-term discipline. I am Christabel Success Trevor. We'll bring you details of our headlines and other stories shortly. Please stay with us.
3FM 92.7.
The Bank of Ghana recorded a sharp drop in the cost of issuing currency in 2025, driven largely by a steep decline in printing and minting expenses. This comes despite a notable increase in the total amount of cash circulating within the economy over the same period. There's more in the following 3 Business News Desk reports.
The Bank of Ghana's 2025 financial statement shows a sharp decline in the overall cost of currency issuance, which fell from over 1 billion cedis in 2024 to 471 million cedis in 2025. The drop was largely driven by a substantial reduction in printing and minting expenses. Costs associated with producing new banknotes and coins declined from 986 million cedis in 2024 to 277 million cedis in 2025. However, the report highlights rising pressures in other areas. Agency fees increased to 10.6 million cedis, while other currency-related expenses surged significantly from 14.6 million cedis to 183 million cedis over the same period. Spending on the importation of foreign currency also recorded a marginal increase, rising from 14.4 million cedis in 2024 to 16.5 million cedis in 2025. Despite the reduction in issuance costs, currency in circulation grew from 71.6 billion cedis in 2024 to 83.8 billion cedis in 2025, reflecting sustained demand for cash within the economy. The central bank explains that currency in circulation represents the total value of banknotes and coins held by public and financial institutions recorded at face value.
3FM
It adds that
92.7.
the liability associated with issued currency is calculated as the net position after deducting notes and coins held by the bank itself.
Meanwhile, the Bank of Ghana, BOG, has announced a significant intervention in the foreign exchange market, pledging an additional $350 million to address a persistent build-up in forex demand and market volatility. This move aims to cover residual unmet bids from recent auctions and stabilize the city, which has faced renewed pressure from the energy manufacturing and mining sectors. The BOG has been selling an average of $110 million per auction to commercial banks since the start of 2026. In April 2026 alone, the central bank injected approximately $1.35 billion into the market through its intermediation program. Despite these efforts, the cedi depreciated by 1.56% in April, bringing the total year-to-date depreciation to 5.80% against the dollar. Executive Director of the Institute of Economic Research and Public Policy, Professor Isaac Boedi, has raised a challenge to both the Bank of Ghana and the International Monetary Fund, questioning whether the global lender is complicit in the central bank's 2025 financial losses. Specifically, he is demanding a transparent audit of the policy choices made under the IMF's watch to determine if these staggering deficits were a preventable consequence of the current stabilization program.
The BOG's recently released 2025 financial statement revealed an operating loss of 34.9 billion cedis, inclusive of other comprehensive income, from the 9.49 billion cedis loss recorded in 2024. Professor Boedi is challenging the central bank's narrative that these losses are simply the cost of maintaining economic stability. He expressed particular concern over what he termed a shift from denial to justification. With Ghana currently under a $3 billion IMF-supported program, Professor Boedi is demanding clarity on the fund's level of oversight. He questioned whether the IMF merely observed these losses, endorsed the policy choices that led to them, or raised private concerns that were never shared with the Ghanaian public. The Institute of Economic Research and Public Policy posed 4 critical questions to the authorities.
Do IMF-supported stabilization programs typically result in significant central bank losses? If so, under what conditions are such losses considered acceptable? What specific factors led to Ghana's 2025 losses, particularly in a year without a major crisis such as COVID-19 or the banking sector cleanup? What accountability mechanism exists when central bank policy decisions result in substantial financial losses?
The think tank noted that without clear, honest answers, the very economic stability government seeks to defend could become unsustainable.
In the coming days, a letter will be forwarded to IMF, and in the interest of oversight and accountability, which will naturally rise, we think it's important that IMF also have a closer look to our books, because we think that as a think tank, we try to shape and help administration.
You heard the voice of Executive Director of the Institute of Economic Research and Public Policy, Professor Isaac Boadi, in that report. The European Union, EU, has lauded Ghana's economic rebound as positively surprising, though it warns that the nation must maintain strict policy discipline to ensure the recovery is durable. Speaking at a press briefing to launch Europe Month, EU Ambassador to Ghana noted that while macroeconomic indicators are trending upward, the sustainability of these gains depends on continued structural reforms. There's more in this report.
Ambassador Skinebach highlighted that Ghana's current success is tied to a combination of internal reforms and favorable external conditions, including high global gold prices and ongoing debt restructuring efforts. However, he cautioned that these external factors are volatile. The EU ambassador also addressed the EU's recent abstention from a United Nations vote regarding slavery as a historical injustice. He clarified that the move was not a denial of the legacy of slavery, emphasizing that the EU and its member states continue to acknowledge its historical impact. He pointed to active restitution efforts, such as the return of cultural artifacts, as evidence of this commitment. On the front of development cooperation, the EU is pivoting its strategy to address regional imbalances within Ghana. Approximately 60% of EU-funded development programs are now concentrated in Ghana's northern regions. This concentration aims to reduce socio-economic vulnerability and prevent the spillover of instability from neighboring countries.
We'll now take a look at how the cedi is faring against major trading currencies and how some of key commodities are also faring on the global market.
On the interbank foreign exchange market, the dollar is selling at 11 cedis 24 pesos. It's gained 1 peso. The British pound is selling at 15 cedis 26 pesos. It's gained 8 pesos. The euro is selling at 13 cedis 17 pesos. It also gained 5 pesos. However, be guided that these figures could be higher at the Forex Bureau near you. On the global commodities market, Brent crude is trading at $110.15 per barrel. Gold is trading at $4,556.87 per ounce, up by $34.96. Cocoa is trading at $4,074 per ton, up by $191.
That was an update from the Forex and commodity market, ending the business news on Sunrise. For more business stories, kindly check out our website, 3news.com. My name is Christabel Success Treve. The rest of the Sunrise team are up next.
Sunrise on 3FM. Sunrise on 3FM. The best in the morning. Sunrise on 3FM.
The best in the morning. The best in the morning is on 92.7. Sunrise on 3FM.
The best in the morning is on 92.7. Sunrise on 3FM.
The best in the morning is on 92.7. Sunrise on 3FM. The best in the morning is on 92.7. Sunrise on 3FM.
6:22 here on the 3FM Sunrise. Glad that you could be or you are a part of a brand new day, a Wednesday morning where we're thankful to God for, and for all of you listening, thankful to God for the gift of life as well. It's yet another day to make your morning from now till 10 a.m. Myself and the rest of the team, Eric, Mawuena, Egbeta, seated from now till 10 a.m. as always, bringing you nothing short but the best in terms of breakfast here on your Urban Lifestyle Radio. We'll get into our message of motivation today, and pressure is a privilege. 3 words have been on my heart all throughout the week. The first was a running man meeting his luck. Today I want to talk to you about pressure and why you should see it as a privilege more than any other thing. We spend so much of our lives trying to escape pressure. We avoid difficult conversations, we delay bold decisions, and we shrink from moments that demand the most from us. We treat pressure like it's a punishment, like something is going wrong, like we're being singled out for suffering. But what if pressure is actually a signal? What if it simply means you're close enough to something that matters? A goal, a dream, a responsibility, that the weight of it can finally be felt. Here's the truth. You don't feel pressure about things that don't matter. Nobody loses sleep over a race they were never running. Nobody carries the weight of a vision they never had. The pressure finds you because you're in the game. The pressure finds you because something real is at stake. And pressure will always find you because you're someone life has decided to test. And being tested is not a curse. It is rather a compliment. The most remarkable people you admire, and the ones who built something, sacrificed something, became something, all passed through seasons of intense pressure. And not one of them, looking back, wished the pressure away. Because it was the pressure that revealed what they were made of. And so today, whatever is pressing down on you, your finances, your family, your purpose, your next step, I want you to relook it and reframe it. That pressure or that pressure you're feeling is not a sign that you're failing. Rather, it's a sign that you're closer than possibly you've ever been. Don't run away from it, but rather rise in it and know that pressure is not your enemy. It is an invitation to become who you were always meant to be. And that's our word for today. It will get us into the weather updates, kind courtesy the Ghana Meteorological Agency, who this morning says in the early hours, mostly cloudy weather is expected for most parts of the country amidst misty and foggy conditions over the coast, forest, and mountainous regions. However, cases of slight to moderate rain are anticipated to affect parts of the coastline and the inland areas of the country. As the day progresses, mostly sunny conditions will prevail across the country, with the likelihood of some thunderstorms or rain over parts of the middle and transition sectors from the late afternoon into the evening hours. With all of that out of the way, we can look to my left and revel in some great music, kind courtesy DJ Phil. Inspirational and always getting us on the edge of our seats.
Sunrise.
will be testimonies that will abound.
Into my life, pick me up and give me a life. Lord, how you came into my life, pick me up and give me a life. How you came into my life, pick me up and give me a life.
Team Eternity Ghana with testimony. There's one thing that everyone looks forward to, testimony in one breath. And good testimony as well. It's very, very important that we clarify good testimony. We'll get into the papers for you in a bit.
On 3FM.
3FM Sunrise.
Sunrise on 3FM.
My strength and my salvation, ever present Lord in time of need. Oh, you have been my help. Step by step in motion, Lord, I am the sheep, you are the shepherd. You have been my shelter. As we go, they will now move. And I know, it's all because you're leading. We go, they will now I'm doing it. I download, and you from my Jesus. Stamina, overdose, I never ever let you.
Morning. Now it's time for us to get into the newspapers as well for you today.
I know it's all because you're leading.
And I'll start off with the Daily Graphic.
Download, energy from my Jesus. Overdose, I never ever.
Big banner story on the front pages of the Daily Graphic this morning. Mahama Cares begin next month. Focuses on cancer treatment, according to the administrator. Junior Graphic launches 2026 essay contest. Junior Graphic, oh boy. We used to do things with the Junior Graphic when I was in JHS and the likes. This morning, a special greetings to my English teacher during my JHS days at Apostle Safo School of Arts and Sciences, Mr. Kankam. He used to beat the living daylight out of me whenever I didn't turn out well in an English paper. And Phil, you know what we used to do with the Daily Graphic? So you see newspaper review. Back in JHS, we always got a copy of Daily Graphic, and during English class, we will have a session like a media where we will go through the daily graphic and we will discuss issues pertaining to young people. We used to do this way back in JHS. And so for some of us, you can understand where the journey has started from before we've been here. We're here today. And so special greetings, because there's a mention of junior graphic this morning. I remember I was always either a panelist when we're discussing. Mostly I was a panelist. I actually didn't do any hosting when I was like being the one to introduce the class to it and then go through the papers. No, I was mostly a panelist discussing the various subjects from the junior graphic. So it's a full 360 in terms of where we are today. Also on the front pages, inherited legal system not fit for purpose, and Sasare is saying this, and special supplement on Otumfo's 76th birthday. They say they have the inside scoop. If you get it or get a copy of the daily graphic this morning. On the back page, President inaugurates Krobo Divisional Police Headquarters and Kolebu introduces new services. This back and forth at the Ghanaian Times next on the bail, illegal structures demolished at Sakumo Ramza site, exercise targets encroachment, restores waterways ahead of rainy season, and boy, you should see the buildings being pulled down. Hey. No mercy. I think in other times we've seen persons come around wailing and all of that. Even for us watching, right? Because I wasn't there watching videos of some of the buildings being pulled down. Folks, I know, let us do due diligence sometimes when we carry hard-earned money to buy land and begin to build, because ignorance will not be an excuse when the authorities come to pull down structures in waterways, and they come with the full authority of the law to say that you bought a land in an illegal area, nobody is supposed to own property here because it's a Ramsar site, and we're going to pull down your buildings because it's on a waterway. Nobody should be caught up in that. And particularly for the assemblies that continue to sell to people, taking monies from people and selling land to them where they know you are not supposed to sell lands to people for. I think I read somewhere the Greater Accra Regional Minister saying that they've been transferred to the north and some other areas to serve as punishment. Please, transferring someone to the north, I mean, the whole idea of being taken to the northern region serving as a punishment comes off wrong. It's stereotypically wrong in all senses of the word. So what? The north is a punishment area where we take people to because they haven't done something right. Please. I have a problem with that. I mean, it comes off as though it's a prison of some sort when you say you've transferred somebody up north to serve as punishment. So that cannot be it. Yes, transfers, you move people around so that certain courses of action can take place and investigations and what have you can happen. But to say you've transferred the person because you are punishing them and you say transferring them to the north is what is supposed to be implied from your statement as punishment, I beg you, no. But yes, there needs to be a bit more in terms of questions answered as to why persons within traditional authority and municipalities, the last time they were there, they were accusing a forestry commission individual or a municipal executive of having sold the land and come around for 20,000 cedis in assurances. What has happened to that investigation against that person who was being accused of having taken monies and was assuring them that nothing was going to happen in terms of demolition. We need to be able to bring such persons to the fore to answer a bit more in terms of the questions. If the persons do not give of hard-earned monies and upon the assurances of assembly persons who know that the land must not be sold, but the assembly will tell you that, oh, this land, it is for sale and we are selling it. And then later they come demolishing structures and all of that. Also on the front page this morning, AG withdraws charges against former NAFCO CEO. Wife suspects rearrested. But if you're on YouTube as well as on Facebook, you were sharing videos or excerpts of videos of some of the structures which were being pulled down. It's no joke. It is absolutely no joke. If this is an ordinary citizen, and I say if advisedly, if this is an ordinary citizen through no fault of theirs was given assurances by assembly persons that the land is for sale, and then they buy it. I'm not saying the building should stay because it's on waterway, and I support the pulling down of buildings in waterways because it goes to affect many persons who may have bought land in correct areas and will be suffering because someone went to buy land in an area where they must not, and it will affect them. And so yes, but the question must be asked as to who is given authorization for these lands to be sold. Because if you watch elsewhere across other media monitorings that I did, as the buildings were being pulled down, you begin to see fresh water running. And so this is a natural waterway. Without a shred of doubt, there cannot be a conversation as to whether or not these buildings being pulled down is something which should happen. Because once the buildings are being pulled down, you're finding fresh water beginning to run the courses along these areas. And so that is settled. But who consistently goes to sell the Sakumo Ramsar site? As much as we are taking delight rightly in pulling down the buildings, let us take interest as well in persons continuously selling off lands they must not sell. Is it vested state land or protected land, which the state must be taking interest in protecting? It is like squatters, right? Or squatters, where you allow them into a particular area for some time and you do not do absolutely nothing. After a while, they have rights. And you cannot evict them out of the blue. If you leave your building, you've put up a structure and you do not live in it, and someone goes to live in it, there's a specific duration. I'll have to just check that for you. And you do not take any course of action to have them vacate your premises. After a while, they will have rights. And you cannot wake up one day and come and just evict them and move them out. You have to give them time because they would have garnered certain rights. And so if we are allowing persons to continue to sell land they must not sell, protected lands at that, our interest alone should not be, the Greater Accra Regional Minister, good morning to you, the interest should not only be in pulling down the structures. You're right in pulling it down. But let us also take interest in stopping persons from continuously selling these lands. It is very important. Because imagine, the last time, some of the persons were crying. You work, sweat, toil, you gather small, an assembly official or a forestry commission official who is supposed to be protecting these lands will say, oh, the assembly is selling. we have very good deals and you should come and buy and all of that. And you have our assurance. Nobody's going to pull down these structures. Believe us. Then you give them the money. And more often than not, when you begin building, nobody will come to pull down the structure until it reaches lantern level in certain cases. So please. The exercise will continue today, by the way, and we will continue to be there to monitor as well for you everything that happens. But that's just it in terms of a little concern this morning as well. Still on the front pages of the Ghanaian Times, Vice President demands transparency in Mahama Care's rollout, and World Bank launches Fit to Prosper Health Initiative in Accra. DJ Phil cannot believe some of the structures being pulled down because on the back page of the Ghanaian Times, though, Northern Region MMDAs received 650 laptops to support 1 million coders program, and EU marks 50 years of ties with Ghana, unveils renewed cooperation agenda. The new finder, BOG cuts currency issuance to 471 million cedi, story on page 6. Responsible media key to national unity, Professor Yeboah Benin. Ghana strengthens fiscal framework to sustain IMF gains. Audits key to organizational growth, as according to an accountant. And Imani Africa questions cost of BOG's inflation policies. There's a new one I'm seeing today. They call it This Day newspaper. Air Ghana acquires Boeing 737 freighter to strengthen regional trade. Vice President praises managers of the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, says the fund is critical to improving healthcare delivery across the country. Daily Post this morning. Vice President commends Ghana Medical Trust Fund, calls for broader public awareness. Ghana acquires Boeing 737 freighter to strengthen regional trade. NHIA waives NHIA's registration and renewal fees as part of Storm initiative. Netherlands and Germany to return Ghana's artifact in their possession. And Roads Minister blasts lazy contractors. We'll hear from the Roads Minister this morning as well. Prince Derek J says the people who were sold dreams in the name of lands in these secured areas should go for their monies. Will they have a remedy in the courts is a question that I'm asking. But DJ Phil asks from who? From the people who took the money that the land was available and the assembly was selling. They should go to them. On the back page of the Daily Post, as always, you find lots of pictures in relation to that visit by the Vice President to the Ghana Medical Care, that's Mahama Cares. Daily Guide newspaper, I believe, last on my bail. Buffer stock trial. AG drops charges against Hanan wife, but they've been rearrested, is what we must mention as well for you. And from monitorings, the lawyers of Hanan, the former Attorney General Godfred Yeboah says they've been detained at the Yoko and he's not been able to get access to his client. Mahama petitioned over judge misconduct. Which judge in question is this? Let me check that. So there's a petition seeking the removal of Justice Daniel Mensah, a Court of Appeal judge, on grounds of stated misbehavior, and it's been submitted to the President. kills pile over 20 cedis. Oh. Apenyamaki attends ECOWAS Parliament. If you go on to page 4 of the Daily Graphic, there's an article which is as well on 3news.com, which I will want you to pay attention to. It's by Her Ladyship Justice Sedinam Awokwada Mrs. on parentage, not paternity. Ghana's proposed compulsory paternity test bill sparks fears of discrimination against mothers. That article making the rounds, you find it on 3news.com as well. Those are the front pages of newspapers this morning. We also know that the health ministry has been responding to protests from yesterday. About a refusal to open a health facility of the Wager Pediatric Hospital. So the ministry issued a statement late last night about this because the video has been making the rounds, and they say that the hospital is a World Bank funded project which commenced in 2023 and was expected to be completed in December of 2025. However, in 2024, the World Bank raised concerns about misprocurement, which included inflated cost of medical equipment up to about 11 times the actual price. What? Medical equipment was priced 11 times the price. So if the item like a spatula, now you use a spatula at a hospital, or a stethoscope, right? Let's give and take. A stethoscope goes for 1 cedi. For the purposes of this conversation, the contractor, per what we understand, or whoever was in charge of procurement, said the item was 11 cedis, 11 times the price. Come on. I'm not sure when they say God will bless you, this is the manner in which the blessings of God is coming. 11 times the price. As a result, the World Bank declined to settle all the outstanding payment because they don't dole out cash for free. Recognizing the importance of the project, the Ministry of Health engaged relevant stakeholders and was prepared to commission the facility for use. However, the contractor subsequently halted this process, insisting that all outstanding issues be fully resolved before granting access to the hospital. The ministry wishes to assure the people of Ghana that it is actively engaging all stakeholders to resolve the matter in the best interest of the public. And the ministry acknowledges the critical importance of the hospital within Ghana's healthcare delivery system, particularly in providing specialized care for children. We wish to assure the general public that the Ministry of Health is committed to working assiduously to ensure the full operationalization of the pediatric hospital. The ministry therefore appeals to the people of Wager in particular and the general public at large to exercise patience while steps are taken to operationalize the facility.
Sunrise.
11 times the price, and so the facility has not been opened because I don't want to say anything, but 11 times the price surely cannot be the way to go. Inflating the cost of an item 11 times the price. Ullo, please, do we have the Roads and Highways Minister? Because we want to hear him as well and his concerns as to certain individuals who have received contracts not doing their part in meeting timelines. They are not owed. They've been given money and they are not working. Meanwhile, on the Accra Kumasi Expressway, the 48 Engineers Regiment have done 10% of the clearing in preparation for the construction of the road. It begs the question why anybody will be given money, because it's not just this instance where the minister was ranting about that is of concern. There have been other areas he's visited where residents within the area came and were saying, oh, when the contractor heard you were coming, that's when he came to site to show that he is working, but he has not been doing anything. And these contracts, under the big push, we understand, are being handed over to Ghanaian contractors. Ghanaians. The money will stay here. It will create the jobs and everything. And some of them are refusing to work, meeting timelines that have been set, not for being owed. Inexcusable. When we speak of Ghanaian excellence and we ask that let us hand over contracts to Ghanaians because we can do it ourselves, it is inexcusable that after that persons will be paid. Not that they are owed. If they are owed, it's a completely different story. But they've been paid, they've been given money to continue work, and they will not. Respectfully, that cannot be the case. I want us to listen to the minister. Kwame governs Abuja, and then we'll return.
You take job, you keep it. You are looking for new ones. And guess what? It is not only here you are not working. Majority of your portfolio, you are simply not working as expected. And somebody is going to tell you the truth. It's not right. No, you shouldn't have started now. You should have started last year. So what do you mean by the 24 months? You see, almost all your projects, you have failed to deliver on time. So when you say that the 24 months, so when the 24 months is due, then we can determine whether you are not. Because even on feeder road project, you are not delivering on time. Little project, feeder road, you are saying an abeyance.
I want to apologize for how you are feeling.
How I'm feeling.
I want to assure you that this corridor will be delivered on time.
Listen. I even hear this from the owner of your company on smaller projects, and that was still not done. 10 kilometers of feeder road, you still are not able. I'll finish by December. December is 5 months away. You still didn't finish on those projects. Somebody's going to tell you what you are not right. You draw down perhaps one of the largest. Your company is one of the largest drawdown on government pest on road. When was the last time you finished any project? Tell me the last time you finished any project that you have been given in the last 5 years. No.
Let me speak to this.
Minister, let me hear you. This cannot be April. Director, step back. Don't step back. You take job, you keep it. Nobody's blind. You are looking for new ones. And guess what? It is not only here you are not working. Majority of your portfolio, you are simply not working as expected. And somebody is going to tell you the truth. It's not right.
The best in the morning is on 92.7 Sunrise on 3FM.
No, you shouldn't have started now. You should have started last year. So what do you mean by is the 24 months? You see, almost all your projects, you have failed to deliver on time. So when you say that the 24 months, you wait when the 24 months due, then we can determine whether you are not. Because even on feeder road project, you are not delivering on time. Little feeder road, you are saying an abeyance.
I want to apologize for how you are feeling.
How I'm feeling.
I want to assure you that this corridor will be delivered on time.
Listen. I even hear this from the owner of your company on smaller projects, and that was still not done. 10 kilometers of feeder road, you still are not able. I'll finish by December. December is 5 months away. You still didn't finish on those projects. Somebody's going to tell you what you are not right. You draw down perhaps one of the largest. Your company is one of the largest drawdown on government pest on road. When was the last time you finished any project? Tell me the last time you finished any project that you have given since in the last 5 years. No.
Let me speak to this.
Minister.
So that's the Roads and Highways Minister, Kwame Governs Agboja. And Kunzo, find me additional videos so that we will get the full context and the full picture in relation to this company as well. The minister has stated that the biggest drawdown, this specific company, and I saw the story in a specific paper, and so I was just hoping I could get further details. But if anything the minister says is to go by, 5 years, continuous handing of projects, failure to deliver on time, what is the justification to continue to hand over contract if someone is not delivering on time? It's a question that jumps easily at anybody who is listening to the minister. You are complaining that this person receives the biggest drawdown in terms of government pays on matters of road contracts. Why then is this person still being handed contract? Because the minister suggests that they are keeping the contracts and they are coming for more. Why are you giving them more if they are not delivering? It's a simple question that jumps at everybody who's been listening to the minister go on this tirade, and he's right in every sense of the word, because if I don't owe you 5 months in and you haven't delivered and you are telling me the project is 24 months and so we will deliver, I'm sorry, but once the person has paid you, there's the expectation that you deliver to a certain extent. So the question is even going back to the minister and all the persons who are handing over feeder roads contract, big push contract, and all of that. Yes, we want Ghanaian excellence to show in big push. I think that's the position of this government. And yesterday I was having a conversation with someone in the newsroom that is the position the government is taking. We will only have to hold their feet to fire as to if the approach is best. If that is the approach, we can't go full circle and return and be raising concerns and asking questions as to why you have paid someone. A feeder road, per the minister, a feeder road contract was to have been completed by December. 5 months down the line after December, because we're in the month of May, the contract is not done. I'm sorry, but I struggle to come to terms with the fact that the person is not working and we are handing over new contracts to them. Here's another of such instance where the minister is raising concerns again.
April clearing. This place was cleared in April. This cannot be April. Direct step back. This cannot be. Nobody's blind. This cannot be April clearing. I am asking you when was this said in April? Now you are saying that you did one and you are doing another one today.
Now on our way here, he was scandalized. We're both scandalized when we're told that we're actually now coming to hand over the site to the contractor. Just an indication that no work has been happening at all. And yet these contractors, many of them have received mobilization. In fact, the information we have is that on this particular project, about 66 million Ghana cedis have been paid to them.
That's mobilization. Yes. 66 million.
Acceptable for us to come and see this level of work this far. So please.
Clearing for 5 months.
So by their program, every month we are supposed to achieve at 3%
from May. So what happened to the December last year?
So by their program is
don't talking about the contractors program. Contractors work to the schedule of the government. Yes, even if you design and build, you work according to our program. The fact that the contractor brings a program doesn't mean that it's acceptable to us. Regional Minister. Regional Minister. What is the situation on this road?
Yes. Minister, if I get information,
yes.
We monitor all the activities. So that's our issue. Once we have the information,
are you not in touch with my director?
So left she came.
Yeah.
So
you haven't been. You take job, you keep it. You are looking for new ones. And guess what? It is not only here you are not working. Majority of your portfolio, you are simply not working as expected. And somebody is going to tell you the truth. It's not right. No, you shouldn't have started now. You should have started last year. So what do you mean by is the 24 months? You see, almost you are simply not working as expected. And somebody is going to tell you the truth. It's not right. No, you shouldn't have started now. You should have started last year. So what do you mean by is the 24 months? You see, almost all your projects, you have failed to deliver on time. So when you say that the 24 months, you wait when the 24 months is due, then we can determine whether you are not. Because even that road project, you are not delivering on time. All your projects, you have failed to deliver on time. So when you say that the 24 months, you wait when the 24 months is due, then we can determine whether you are not. Because even that road project, you are not delivering on time. Little feeder road, in abeyance.
I want to apologize to you for how you are feeling.
How I'm feeling.
I want to assure you that this corridor will be delivered on time. Take my word.
Listen. I even hear this from the owner of your company on smaller projects, and that was still not done. 10 kilometers of feeder road, you still are not able. I'll finish by December. December is 5 months away. You still didn't finish on those projects. Somebody's going to tell you what you are doing is not right. You draw down perhaps one of the lightest.
The Gala Quantum brand.
For how he is feeling. Says, I apologize for how you are feeling, Honorable Minister. Nobody cares about an apology. You are supposed to have started a contract 5 months ago. You have been given money. You haven't started. The minister is asking why you haven't started, and you say you apologize for how he is feeling. Who wants your apology? Who wants your apology? Nobody is interested in an apology. I think what this also reveals is that on the many levels, there's an issue of monitoring, right? Because yes, and we'll come into the minister's rant, and I have a story here, source from 3news.com, where and the contractor in question, because it's a Ghanaian-owned company, and once you are receiving government funds and you are undertaking project in the name of the good people of this country, we will mention your name and ask, why are you not delivering? It's a fair question to ask. But there appears to be a problem of monitoring, because the regional minister says he doesn't have any information. And that was on the Wenchi Road. The regional minister said he doesn't have any information, so he cannot monitor. So it has to take the roads minister to be out inspecting projects before we are able to tell that is this contractor meeting the set timelines, because we've given them money and they are supposed to be delivering on the project, and so are they meeting timelines? What happens to resident municipal engineers? Because there is a regional coordinating council which is supposed to be liaising with the Ministry of Roads and Highways on respective projects within their regions. If it's feeder roads, the respective agencies are at the municipalities. The people who work there, when they wake up and they bath and they go to work, what do they go and do? It's a question that needs to be answered, because they will be paid at the end of the month. So why is it taking the minister to be finding out that a project should have started in December of last year and hasn't started? Why must it take the minister leaving Accra to go to the region to find out? The regional minister is not aware. Where is the connection in terms of monitoring and to ascertain projects? Because the information is supposed to go down to the extent that for you and I, who are ordinary folks, when we are going past, we know timelines and we can be asking ourselves, is this contractor working to the specified timelines? Because in other areas, and if you get a bit more videos as to the minister's monitoring, you find out persons coming in and saying that, oh, minister, this person or this contractor, he wasn't working. When he heard that you were coming was when he moved machines onto the road. Yet if you go to the municipalities, there are persons who source, I won't say authority or power directly, but they are supposed to be working in conjunction with feeder roads, roads and highways authority, all of those other little institutions that fall directly under the roads and highways. All of them are supposed to be there. So when they wake up and they go to work, what do they do? This is not an issue of, a traffic light is spoiled, it is undergoing procurement and it hasn't come through, and so monitoring of the project within your regions. Why is it taking the minister to realize that someone who is supposed to be undertaking project 5 months hasn't done the work? Then to the respective agencies as well. How is a contractor receiving contracts? Is being paid? Because from the conversation, and I'm choosing my words carefully, it doesn't suggest a non-payment, because we've seen instances where they will complete sections of the road. I think when you go to Kumasi, some of the major projects, the contractors had completed work to a certain level and they hadn't been paid. And so they went away from site. When government honored payment, they returned to site. It is not, from the conversation, it doesn't come off as an instance like that. And so, how is this individual not doing the work to your desired expectation missing deadlines on previous projects, and yet is being given continuously contracts. Someone has to help us and appreciate why that is the case, because if you and I are engaged in any transaction whatsoever and I give you a contract and you don't honor it, I don't think when you come, I will give you another contract again to go and do something for me, and you will not honor it again, and I will continue to give you contract because I have money stuck in a storehouse and it is growing every day on a tree. I'm not sure that's the case. And so we also need an explanation from the minister and the persons relevant in authority as to why, despite the continuous failure to meet timelines, we are still handing out contracts to someone who is not wanting to meet specific timelines provided to do the work. That is a question that we need answers to as well. And to the Ghanaian contractor, are you not interested in excellence, in doing work that leaves everybody in awe and going beyond the shores of this country? Let it not be said of us that when it comes to us Ghanaians, we are never on time and we never do things on time. That we will do the work and our finishing will always be a problem. There's a story that is told as to persons who do well with their hands. The frontage of your furniture will look excellent. Behind it, they will just do anything. And when you say this, oh, nobody will look behind the chair. So that place, it doesn't matter. That should not be the tale of Ghanaian contractors. If you're given the contract, proceed, deliver on time. It's not like you are old. If there's a challenge, you communicate with the relevant agencies so they can address it. But not a story of, I apologize for how you are feeling. Nobody wants an apology. What we want is for you to deliver. And if there is a reason why you are not delivering, that should be coming. Not when the person is coming to monitor and then you be apologizing for how they feel. Let me get the details of the story, because you've heard voices, the Roads and Highways Minister. But who are the contractors involved? The minister's tour, and the story is in the Daily Post, but it's sourced from 3news.com. Right? And so the Roads and Highways Minister has issued his strongest warnings yet to underperforming contractors on the government's flagship Big Push infrastructure program, threatening terminations, court action, and the reallocation of contracts following a working tour of the Bono, Savannah, and Upper West regions. The minister's tour revealed a troubling pattern of slow progress, last-minute mobilization, and broken assurances across several road projects, prompting a series of sharp public rebukes directed at contractors he described as taking government jobs without the intention or capacity to deliver. Maripoma Construction in focus. Maripoma Construction bore the brunt of the minister's frustration, with Egbeta questioning the contractor's commitment and professionalism in terms that left little room for ambiguity. You packed and came to site just yesterday because you heard we were coming. The youth are angry and we will act accordingly if you fail to deliver 20% within 2 months, the minister said, addressing the company directly. He was equally scathing about the political cost of contractor failure, asking, why should the president suffer abuse for giving you a job that you failed to deliver? When Maripoma showed no signs of adequate justification for its slow pace, the minister went further. No contractor is bigger than government. I will terminate you and we meet in court. The Wenchi-Bole-Wa Highway raises alarm. The minister also expressed serious dissatisfaction with progress on the Wenchi-Bole-Wa Highway, one of the key arterial roads under the Big Push program linking the Bono and Savannah regions. I am not impressed with the speed of work on the Wenchi-Bole-Wa Highway, and we will abrogate if necessary to reward serious contractors. Egbeta directly challenged contractors who had lobbied for the job but were now failing to honor their own commitment. You came begging for the contract with assurances that you can do the job. Why are you not doing it as you claimed? when Ghanaian contractors take a job, they know that there is no penalty for not completing on time. So they complete when they complete. But on this big push, it is not like that. That is even a problem. Why is there no penalty for failure to complete at the appropriate time? Why is there no penalty? So for foreigners, there's a penalty. For our own Ghanaian people, yes, we understand. We're trying to provide support base and grow Ghanaian industries. But it should come at a certain level of particularly if you are not old. Particularly if you are not old. And so the story mentions Maripoma. You are receiving the contract, and the expectation is that you will honor it to the specific terms. Honor it to the specific terms. The people do not care about feelings and all. They want the roads done. That is all that matters. And particularly when oil funds are being doled out. We are trying to have the Public Interest and Accountability Committee join us in studio somewhere tomorrow. Have conversations about oil receipts and where our oil revenues are going. This government has made an amendment to the act in terms of how petroleum revenue is used. Strictly on infrastructure. Big push. Once oil is being lifted, there will be money and they will be paid. Big push contractors are being paid. So why are they delaying on the project? And why are you giving them new contract when they are not delivering? Contractors either. I agree. That also has to be addressed. Because sometimes, and not sometimes, in most cases, they are also not treated fairly by our government, where contract sums and what have you are not paid on time, which leaves them in situations where they are hounded by banks. In fact, as we speak, audits are being undertaken as to road projects from the last 8 years. Is this a new video, Kunzo? This is a new video as to what. So yes, I will come to this new video as to persons not meeting timelines in terms of road contracts. Yes, that's a fair point to make, which is the reason why on the argument we are making this morning, we are not, as for persons who have not been paid to mobilize and go back, you cannot ask the person to go and be looking for money unless that is a part of the agreement that you are building, you're operating, and then you transfer after a certain period. But if the person is supposed to be working with the money as and when, the government must pay them. And if you haven't paid them, you are having their banks chase them and what have you, do right by them, pay them, do your audits quickly and pay them. I want us to go in and listen to another of such instances where concern is being raised about completion timelines of these projects.
And a kilometer.
Yes.
As issue, with the exception of the asphalt plant, they are fully mobilized for this particular.
You are confident that you mobilize.
Yes.
So why are they not working with the company?
That's why I said their concrete guns honestly are not enough. They have like two for now. They have like 2 guns, only 2 guns. So I've spoken to them to increase the number of concrete guns to speed up with the works.
When did you do that? When did you give them that reminder?
Oh, even last week he went to Tamale, just on Thursday. Was it Thursday he went to Tamale? Yes. So on Thursday he had to go to Tamale.
To do what?
To look for more moves to buy. That's what he told me.
And they doing them.
Are they using metal or they're using
No, they are using wood. Yes.
But this is you are project managing them. It is their job to know where to buy. They came to the ministry begging that they have capacity. You begged to get this work. We didn't impose it on you. So I don't even see why we should be talking about this. You begged and said you have the capacity and everything. So why you not work?
我们有能力，我们求他们有能，我们是有能力做这个事情的。为什么我们还没有工作？我们没有工作这个。
Well, if they are supposed to finish
这个水沟的这个
the U drain by August, we want to see the 12 kilometers of the U drain by end of August. This is big push. You work. How many hours do you work a day? How many hours do you work a day? Do you work a day? They normally go for break from. They start at 6. It's 6 to 6, but they work 10 hours. They always have 2 hours. You need to start doing some work in the night. Start polishing in the night. Another thing.
就是说，在8月末完成水沟的做完，全部完12公里。
8月份12公里。I mean,
we are doing our best to do it.
So what is preventing you since you are doing your best?
如果我们要做这完这是。
That's Gavin Kwame Agboja in yet another interaction. So keep this one on. It's the Bole Bamboy Road. And the caption is, you begged for this contract. Local contractors are doing better. So the person started fumbling when he was scolded by the minister. That's the caption on the video. I was just sampling a few of such instances because yesterday when I saw the video, I was like, no. We cannot consistently be having conversations about persons being... And the minister continues to say, this is big push. One of the reasons is that they don't have a money problem. Of all of the contracts which they are looking for funding, a loan was contracted because of DDEP. There are conversations as to a relook at the funding sources and all of that. Big push, they don't have a problem. At least from what we understand. So, our contractors, we beg you.
Mawuena, I think you made the point for me when you took on the minister. Took on is strong, but that's the angle I want to go. I think the minister's frustrations as expressed sadly reveals a bigger problem with the ministry itself. That you have a contractor who in the past 5 years has not completed a single road project and yet keeps getting more contracts. There's problem with auditing, there's a problem with supervision,
monitoring.
There's a problem with monitoring the projects, there's a problem with inspecting or inspection and tracking the progress of the projects. Every project manager knows that the words I have just mentioned are critical words in the execution of a project. You do not keep giving one particular person more projects when earlier projects given have either not met their delivery timelines, have not met scheduled deliveries. The project is a 24-month project from what we heard. We don't have the contract details. But what we know with projects is that there are scheduled assessments and tasks are scheduled to be completed within certain timelines, leading to the final completion date as stipulated in the contract. So if the contract said you are supposed to have completed the work at 10% of the work by this period, at the time that the period given elapses, do we have supervision? Do we have people tracking, monitoring the project to be able to relay to the owner of the project that, look, the contractor has not met the first deadline, that the person was supposed to have put in the culverts by this time, but the person has not been able to do that. And from what we see, it is not possible for the person to even complete that by the next timeline given in the contract. I don't know whether these are a part of the road contracts that we sign. Again, do the contracts stipulate sanctions that if the contractor fails to achieve this percentage of work done by this set date, this is what action the ministry can take? Do we have those in our contracts as a check against, for lack of a better word, lazy approach to the job? If we don't, then that could also be another problem. Yes, the contractor has 24 months to execute the project. We know that every project has to go through certain phases. The argument will be made that I have 24 months, so you relax. I think we had that argument in the discussion, the interaction between the minister and the representative of the contractor. So the argument is that, look, I have 24 months to execute the project. This is only 5 months into the project. So relax yourself, be calming down. If by the end of the 24 months, your project is not delivered, then you can scream at me, you can shout at me, and you can take me to whichever court you want to take me to. But for now, Mr. Minister, be calming down. The question that jumps at me is, what is the nature of a road construction? Can you construct a road in quick or rapid succession of the stages, the construction stages, up to completion within 1 month? Is that possible? So if you were to do the Dodowa Road, Adenta Dodowa Road is the road that a lot of us are familiar with. They said you should deliver a dual carriage within 24 months, a highway within 24 months. What is the first stage in such a construction? What is the second stage? What is the third stage? Can you combine stages 1, 2, 3 in 2 days, for instance? Are there factors in the construction process which necessarily delay you? For instance, you may be required to put a grader on the road as a first stage and wait for a week before you can move on to the next stage. And that 1 week waiting period is probably for, or to allow the ground hold itself together. I'm not a contractor, but I think you are getting the scenario.
There's someone who is disagreeing with you and says that to say you have 24 months to complete the project doesn't mean we wait 24 months before we come at you.
Then, with due respect, the person is not listening to me. I am saying.
Proceed.
I am saying that the argument made, that was the argument made. If you can
by the contractor. Yes.
I didn't say it.
Which is the reason we were blasting the minister was blasting the
made is this. And based on that argument, I'm now asking the questions that I am asking. So the person who is quick to disagree with me, please be calming down.
It's a common friend.
Just follow the discussion I'm having. In fact, I've not drawn any conclusions. I started off by saying I'm not a contractor. I have no knowledge of the terms of contract between the government of Ghana and the contractor, or any contractor for that matter. In fact, truth of the matter is I have never read a typical road contract to see the what do you call it, the layout, the terms, and all of those things. So I'm just having a broader discussion to try to put the things in perspective. And the point I made was that this is the argument that has been made. But is that argument tenable? And I'm now going ahead to ask the questions I'm asking. Can we combine? I believe that as it is with every other project, I am very familiar with project management. That is also my field. And I know that in project management, every project has stages that you go through to achieve
absolutely
the overall intended goal or objective. Now, can you combine stages 1 and 2 and 3 in a typical road construction? Can you combine stages 1, 2, and 3 in a 2-day period or 3-day period, or in quick successions? Or there are natural inhibitors that come with the job. And that is where I gave the example of whether if you were to put a grader on the road, are you allowed to immediately after the grader has gone through the road to pour red sand on it? Or you are supposed to wait for some period before you can move on to the next stage? That's the question I'm asking. So the fact of the matter is that the minister's lamentation, unfortunately, and with all due respect, exposes a lot of the weaknesses at the ministry or with the management of road contracts. Let me put it broadly. It is not just a question of a contractor not delivering a single project in a period of 5 years. It is a much bigger problem than that. Because we now realize that in the past 5 years, and this is from the sector minister, and for me, once it's from the sector minister, it is deemed to be the gospel truth. It is, the contractor has not delivered on a single project in the past 5 years. Yet, the same contractor is getting additional road contracts, both feeder roads and highways. Let me say, even feeder roads and highways. What are the metrics in awarding a contract? What do we consider? Is it just the capacity of the contractor in terms of logistics, equipment, technical know-how, personnel? Is that the only consideration? Do we consider the contractor's past record? Does it have any effect or impact to say that, well, when we gave you project A, you delivered over and above all expectations, so we have confidence in you to give you 2 more projects? Or to say that you have a record of quality delivery with your projects, so even though you have not delivered on 1, 2, 3 projects that you already have, we have confidence to give you this particular project because it is our landmark project, our legacy project, that we think that your quality speaks to your qualification for this particular project. Is that a factor we consider? do we go beyond the capacity of the contractor to also consider the timeliness of the delivery of the project? Because this is a flagship project. The Big Push is government's biggest, or should I say flagship, let me just leave it at flagship project. And I think at the early stages, one of the government officials had mentioned that because this is one of the core interest areas of the president, they are leaving no stone unturned in ensuring that the projects are financed, that money is not a barrier, that the delivery is guaranteed within the specified timelines, that the quality of the projects would be guaranteed. If these were our three metrics in deciding whether Bill should be the contractor or Phil should be the contractor or Mawuena should be the contractor, did the contractors on these projects meet these standards? So I think the ministry itself has a lot of introspection to do. The minister and his deputy were both on the field, which is a good thing. It tells us the kind of attention that they have attached or they are giving the Big Push project. But when they come back to Accra in the air-conditioned office, they should call their directors together, call their project leads together, and ask themselves the critical questions. Otherwise, we will continue screaming at contractors when probably the problem is actually from us. Having said that, I want to still clap for the minister all the same for at least demonstrating that he can bite. It is a good thing to see that the minister is demonstrating that he can and he's ready to bite.
Right. Let me say a good morning to some of the biggest Arsenal fans I know.
Yeah, good morning, good morning.
Your mic is off. I don't know why you're in a hurry. To Ike, who has been through all of the phases of being an Arsenal fan. Ike, he is in another Champions League final after 20 years.
That's why he's looking happy.
Relax. I'm just going through the paces in acknowledging Arsenal fans that I know. Lord Okuno from my JHS days has suffered all of the trolls, and Arsenal are in yet another UCL final. To Mr. McAfee, who I know is listening, the threats will cease because Arsenal are in a UCL final and are poised to win the league as well. But I'll do a few messages on Facebook, then I'll come to Billy Shen, who is also an Arsenal fan and is here and is in an Arsenal jersey today. Ike is brimming from chin to chin, grinning. Excitement Daytown. Aaron Babaku Kokomisa says, good morning to you. Accountability in public office is non-negotiable. When taxpayer funds are lost through negligence, action must follow. Ghana needs stronger institutions and independent anti-corruption agencies to protect our national resources. Philip Abochi shares this one on the contractor situation. He says, Ghanaian contractors, particularly those working on road projects in the Volta region, should uphold their responsibilities to the Republic of Ghana. The Honorable Egbeta deserves utmost appreciation for his effort, and I implore them not to disappoint him. I, Philip Abochi, would like to extend my congratulations to the contractor responsible for the Denu Toko to Ho Road, who is performing exceptionally well. May God bless Ghana. Good morning, everyone. That's Philip Abochi from Keta. Fifi Benji says most of these delays are politics. And also, contractors feel after completion there will be no major projects to be worked on. Fifi, the contract will not finish in this country.
At all.
We are
the
on
politics bit. You see, that's one of our problems. Because, look, I award you a contract because I have made a political, a campaign promise to deliver on that project. If you sabotage me, will I give you another contract? And I'm sure that there are other considerations that go into awarding contracts to contractors. So I don't agree with that politics.
Well, Fifi Benji returns and says we are own enemies, just like the mechanic, tailor, seamstress, and other repairers.
I agree with you.
They will give you dates.
I agree with you.
You will come and you will be in trouble. Let me say a good morning to Billy Shen. In his Arsenal jersey.
Not London forever. Whatever the weather, the streets are old. Come on!
You can see the passion on his face.
Oh my goodness!
I'm loving it.
I'm loving it. I almost lost my voice last night. Oh my goodness!
But did you play well? I couldn't watch the game. I'll be honest.
You managed it. We managed it. I mean,
yeah, you managed.
Yeah,
you don't have to go out. Thrashing everybody.
No,
you manage it.
No. It was a game to be managed. Yes, and Bukayo Saka came out big for us. Our star boy, we love him. I mean, he's gone through a lot.
Injuries and all.
Yeah,
but I think his return has been timely.
Very.
He proved very crucial in that 3-0 win against Fulham.
Yeah.
And he came up big for you yesterday as well.
And now he's going to Budapest with us. We are going to win the Champions League.
Budapest. Have you been to Budapest, Arsenal?
No.
I think the finals it was not in Budapest.
It was in Paris. The 2006 one.
No, I don't mean 2006. After 2006, has there been any other final? When you met Chelsea in the Europa League, was it Budapest? I just want to be sure.
I'm not
sure it was. I'm not sure it was. So it was the first time to be in Budapest for Arsenal. Big things expected of you in the month of May, I'll be honest.
Yes.
Right now it's yours for the taking.
Thank you.
There can be no doubt about it in terms of how this turns out. The UCL final, I mean, you can argue it's a final and so it could go either ways. But for the league, I'm expecting that to come home after City drew against Everton.
Thank you very much.
They have a tighter schedule
in
terms of the fixtures as well as compared to you. And so I think congratulations will be in order at this particular point in time.
Thank you very much.
Congratulate all of my Arsenal friends.
Please cut this. Cut this because you had 2 prayers against us. It's not working.
Oh. I mean, it's always fair, right? It's always fair that against I will do it.
Oh, okay. But when we achieve,
I mean, without a shadow of doubts, we will congratulate you. And
thank you.
And that's what we will do. And so congratulations on making it to the finals. Today we look out for who returns or who joins Arsenal at Budapest for that all-important Champions League final. 31st May, right?
Yeah.
31st May is the last day of the month as well. And then we kick off into June, which will be the World Cup month.
So
Before
31st will be like a week after my birthday. So they should give me...
Oh, you're a May born as well.
Yeah, they should give me a late present. 22nd May.
You're 22nd May.
Yeah.
22nd May.
Yeah.
22nd. Because I know a week exactly after is 21st. So it's supposed to be Sunday.
No, so...
is the final on a Sunday?
No, the final will be on the Sunday, I believe. Yes.
No, because if it's on the 31st, that's a Sunday.
Yeah, that's
I know
a Sunday.
that because of a specific 24th.
Oh, okay. Yeah, 24. Yeah, 24th.
24th is a Sunday, and so 31st will be a Sunday.
Yeah.
That'll be the first time a Champions League final is on a Sunday. I don't recall if
it's either Saturday, Sunday. It depends sometimes.
I haven't seen a Champions League final on a Sunday. But Bill will do sports for us now. He's one of the most excited individuals. But he'll do sports after this very short break, after which he will come through with the very latest from the world of sports. And so stay with us. This is a 3FM Sunrise.
Ghana, get ready for the ultimate athletics showdown. The African Senior Athletics Championship.
My name is Bill Ishen. We'll go to you, but let's start from the local scene because the Black Stars goalkeeping coach Daniel Gaspar has paid a visit to Hearts of Oak's training camp ahead of their Ghana Premier League fixture against Karela United on Wednesday. Gaspar, who assumed his role in preparation for the 2026 FIFA World Cup, arrived in Ghana over the weekend as part of his early assessment of goalkeeping options for the national team. Addressing the players during his visit, Gaspar emphasized that the players should not wait for the tournament to start before performing at their peak.
Every day is the World Cup. Every day is the World Cup. Every time you step on the pitch and you cross the line, it's the World Cup. When you bring your body, and when you bring your brain, your mind, and when you bring your heart, and you bring your soul, your growth, your development will fly. Remember, every day is the World Cup. Good luck.
That was Gaspar, the goalkeeping coach of the Black Stars. Manchester City have strongly condemned the racist abuse directed at Antoine Semenyo following their Premier League draw against Everton, describing the incident as unacceptable and reaffirming their commitment to tackling discrimination in football. Meanwhile, Merseyside police have acted swiftly by arresting a 71-year-old man from Nottinghamshire on suspicion of racially aggravated public order offence. Although he has been released on bail, strict conditions have been imposed, including a temporary ban from going near any sports stadium on match days as investigation continue into the incident. Now, in the Ghana Premier League, Hearts of Oak coach Didi Dramani has acknowledged the strong backing from supporters as his side prepares for a crucial clash against Karela at the Accra Sports Stadium. Dramani highlighted the importance of fan support and stressed the team's commitment to putting the club first while pushing for positive results in the closing stages of the season.
Fans are what we have, and they don't leave. They have nowhere to go. And so we always appreciate their comments, we appreciate their positivity, and we will always do our best in order to put the club first. Where we are not able to get what they anticipate for, please, they should understand that it is our wish, it is the players' wish to do everything humanly possible to win every game. But sometimes in the game there will be difficulties. They need to continue to cheer, they need to continue to support, and they need to continue to be positive around these boys and the team.
That was Didi Dramani, the head coach of Hearts of Oak. Now, Ghana international Daniel Kofitre says he dreams of playing at the 2026 World Cup despite only returning from a long-term injury. The 30-year-old was part of the Black Star squad that played at the 2022 World Cup at Qatar, with Ghana exiting in the group stage. However, the midfielder was out for close to 3 years with an anterior cruciate ligament injury, only and only made a return last month, playing for Freiburg's under-23 team. Despite his limited minutes, Tre is holding on to that dream of being in Mexico, Canada, and USA. He spoke to sports journalist Fentio Tahiru Fentio.
That's another dream, another goal I'm thriving for, and I believe in it. Point or dot, and on the other hand, I need to be honest to myself and see every day or after this, maybe one day until the call up, how I'm really feeling, how my in what state I am, because I don't want to go to the World Cup just to be a part of it and have on my CV that I have another World Cup if I cannot really help the team and if I cannot have the impact I had before. So I need to be honest to myself, but I believe I can do it and get in shape, ready for the World Cup, and that's just a dream. But in the end of the day, it's not me who decides.
That was Kofi Tre talking to sports journalist Fentio Tahiru Fentio. Let's do some World Cup updates. Morocco became the first African nation to reach the World Cup semi-final during the 2022 World Cup, surpassing Cameroon, Senegal, and Ghana's quarterfinals finish. However, their path to the top on the global stage hasn't been linear, enduring significant high and low moments. With 37 days to the World Cup, the following three sports reports takes a closer look at the Atlas Lions.
There are football nations that participate, and then there are those that shape the narrative of a continent. Morocco's national football team belong firmly in the latter. Morocco's World Cup story began at the 1970 World Cup, a modest debut, yet historically significant. They became the first African nation to earn a point at the tournament, signaling the continent's growing presence on football's grandest stage. 16 years later, Morocco didn't just return, they rewrote history. At the 1986 FIFA World Cup, the Atlas Lions stunned the world by topping a group that included England, Portugal, and Poland. They became the first African team to win a World Cup group and reach the knockout stage. Their journey ended in the round of 16, but the significance echoed far beyond Mexico. Africa had proved for the first time that it could compete and win on equal footing. The years that followed were a mix of promise and disappointment. Morocco returned in 1994 and 1998 with flashes of brilliance, particularly in France 98, where they impressed but fell short of progression. Then came a long drought. For 2 decades, the Atlas Lions hovered between qualification heartbreaks and rebuilding phases. When they finally returned at the 2018 FIFA World Cup, it ended in another group stage exit. But beneath the surface, something was brewing. Nothing prepared the world for what Morocco would achieve at the 2022 FIFA World Cup. Placed in a group with Belgium, Croatia and Canada, Morocco topped the group, conceding just 1 goal. Then came the knockouts. Spain fell, Portugal followed. By the time Morocco reached the semi-finals, history had already been made, the first African and Arab nation ever to reach that stage. They would eventually finish 4th, the best result by an African nation in World Cup history. Morocco were no longer outsiders, they had become standard bearers. In the 2026 World Cup qualification, the Atlas Lions dominated, becoming the first African nation to secure a place at the tournament, sealing qualification emphatically with a 5-0 win over Niger. At the Mundial, the North African side will battle Brazil, Scotland, and Haiti in Group C. Since their debut in 1970, Morocco have developed from participants to genuine title contenders, and the expectations in the United States, Canada, and Mexico will be as high as ever.
That was a report on Morocco and their journey in the FIFA World Cup. Now, Arsenal reached the Champions League final for the first time in 20 years as Bukayo Saka sealed a 1-0 win against Atletico Madrid on Tuesday. Mikel Arteta's side settled the semi-final second leg with Saka's strike late in the first half at an ecstatic Emirates Stadium. The Gunners, who drew 1-1 in the first leg in Madrid last week, held firm after Saka's goal to go through 2-1 on aggregate. Now Arsenal will face either Paris Saint-Germain or Bayern Munich in the final in Budapest on May 30. Now Michael Otieje is the general manager of MG Sports and believes this is Arsenal's year.
Arsenal's Champions League glory is closer and closer and closer than ever before. Into the final for only the second time in their history. The last final, 2006, was Barcelona that stopped them. But tonight, against another Spanish opposition, Arsenal scored in the first half, did enough, didn't overcomplicate things. Atletico Madrid never really had the races. In the end, Arsenal, absolute value for that 1-0 win. Into the final, Bayern Munich or PSG awaits. I know that a lot of people keep saying that, oh, those two teams will completely blow Arsenal away. But in a final, absolutely anything can happen. This Arsenal team has been very good. They've been very good at not conceding goals. They've been very good at scoring in key moments. It's lifted them up to the final. And with momentum in both the Premier League as well as this, unbeaten in the Champions League throughout this season, I think they'll go to Budapest fully confident that they have the capacity to win their first ever Champions League title. Maybe we need to start finding new jokes for Arsenal, because it looks like Champions League glory could be coming after all. Arsenal won, Atletico Madrid 2-1 on aggregate. In the end, Arsenal into the Champions League final. It will be a massive night for the Gunners when that final is played.
That was Michael Otieje. Before we go, athletics has long been one of Ghana's proudest medal-producing sports, with sprinters, relay teams and field athletes consistently carrying the nation's flag with distinction at continental and global competitions. Yet, repeated concerns over poor planning, inadequate preparation and insufficient investment continue to cast a shadow over their achievements. Now, Ghana's sprint coach, Ullo Mawuena, who is based in the United States of America, believes it was right for the likes of Saminu and Benjamin Azamati to make their voices heard.
When you have water in your mouth, right, for a very long time, right, it's either you drink it or you pour it out. That's what happened yesterday. Like, you have athletes going to sleep at airport for a very long time, then fly to Botswana to go and compete for the country. It's good. It's good that they speak, but I've talked to them to tone down because I've seen some of the comment online. It's very harsh and it's unprofessional, and I asked them to tone down a bit. It's good. I think it's a wake-up call that in future something like this will not happen. We have African champs coming up, and then we have the Commonwealth Games coming up this year. So we hope that things will change. What they are asking for, they are able to get it. A lot of time they travel in economy, and I know no Black Star player travel in economy coming to play for the Black Stars. You get it? They travel in basic economy. The basic economy, that's where they travel in. They sit at the tail of the plane and fold their legs until they get to wherever they are going. Look, let's treat these guys. They have sacrificed a lot for our lovely country, and then we need to treat them well.
That was Coach Ullo Mawuena, bringing an end to sport here on Sunrise on 3FM 92.7. My name is Bill Ishen. We'll see you same time tomorrow with some more updates from the Champions League. We could potentially see either PSG or Bayern Munich also book their place in the final. But until then, have a great morning.
So the country is set for Africa's biggest athletic spectacle, the 24th Senior Africa Athletics Championship, coming live to Accra from the 12th of May to the 17th of May 2026 at the University of Ghana Sports Complex, Legon. It is expected to become the battleground where Africa's finest champions go head-to-head in thrilling track and field competition. Global superstars like Beatrice Chebet, Faith Kipiogen, Toby Emerson, and a host of others, plus our very own stars, Benjamin Azamati, Abdul Rashid Saminu, all power down the tracks. This is speed, this is power, this is pride, and this is Africa competing at its highest level. The 24th Senior African Athletics Championship, Feel the Heat. Champions within Africa. It's powered by the Ministry of Sports and Recreation, the Confederation of African Athletics, and the Ghana Athletics Association. Be there, feel it live, witness history, and as well, feel the heat. Now, if you're coming to Pram Pram, you belong to First HR Hotel because we focus on three things: peace, people, and quality. It's a serene escape with legendary service and world-class comfort. We're not just a hotel, we are your home for tranquility. Reach us on 050-335-9598. 050-335-9598. Alternatively, call us on 0303-989-737. People should as well book First HR Heights because we don't just provide a room, we provide a reset. Our guests tell us they feel an immediate sense of peace the moment they walk in, a rare kind of assurance that lets their tensions just melt away. If you're looking for a sanctuary where the staff genuinely respects your peace and treats you like family, we are your first and only choice. We're also located in town, just about 25 minutes drive to the Accra Business Center. Reach us on 025-606-0665 or 025-607-0666.
Sunrise on 3FM.
(21:08). My guests are seated in studio for a big conversation. Prince Derek J, Senior Communications Member of the NDC, Mark Ako Ewusi, Convener of Election Watch Ghana, Derek Ejeku is a member of the NPP National Communications Team. Andrews Apia Dankwa will join us in the studio shortly as well. He's the Director of Legal Affairs of the United Party. We're talking BOG losses and IMF petitions, the never-ending cycle of demolitions at the Sakumo Ramsar site, plus the latest in terms of the oral battles in court. The AG withdrew charges against Mr. Hanan and his wife and some others, and they were rearrested. We're getting into all of those conversations right now for you here on the 3FM Sunrise.
The big conversation on 3FM Sunrise. The big conversation on 3FM Sunrise.
Let me say a good morning to my gentlemen in studio who are joining me today. Good morning.
Good morning.
Prince is smiling, and I already know there's a lot of mischief up his sleeves already this morning. But why did you go apart? I thought you guys were seated close a bit this morning.
We were conferring, and thereafter I realized there was another mic, and he was too far from that mic.
So you asked that he takes that.
I just was trying to rearrange the studio nicely.
Yeah.
But you didn't ask me why I was wearing red. We've lost some more of our La Royals. Heads of families, 2 extra have joined the list of. So the vacancies are growing. Yeah, and we need to bring finality to the La issues.
The Mancha situation, I know, is being pursued greatly for a new La Mancha.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll have a gentleman's agreement, and those who don't want peace because they want to loot would no longer be able to. And I entreat those who have given monies to people on La Lands matters to quickly start going back for their monies before it's lost. Because if it's not rightly gotten, until the next La Mancha comes, you are running the risk of throwing your money or dashing your money, so to speak.
Right.
But there's a nice picture on the front page of the Daily Post. I was surprised you didn't touch on it at all.
The Daily Post, I had the
but you see
copy
the
of the
nice
Daily
picture
Post.
of the Vice President and Obi on the.
I touched on it. I didn't mention it specifically, but I read the details of the newspaper.
I am happy you did a lot on the big push, which is good. But at least the Mama Cares and the good things that they are doing for the health sector must be commended. I've shown the beautiful picture of the Vice President also. At least should come up with
when it comes up, we will mention it. For now, it's yet to take off. When it takes off,
doing good things. So the Vice President is leading women to do a lot of things, not just the women's banking.
When it takes off and it is commendable, we will say it. If it's not,
it's taken off already. You don't know.
No, the story says.
I'm talking of the Ghana medical.
Yes, Mahama case.
Yeah, it's taken
One
off.
of the papers said it's taken off next month. Mahama case begins next month.
Focuses
on cancer treatments. This is a front page of the Daily
There's
Graphic.
a lot they are doing already.
So underground, like preparatory work, I believe is what you mean. Because this is what the
I know, but I'm saying that in the next 2 weeks, they will be launching their sites that would allow for people to bring in other cases beyond
applications
cancers.
And all
beyond
of
the
that.
cancers.
That's fair.
There's the heart conditions and others that they are looking at. And the president launched the CAT labs recently, the Tamale one, there's Kolebu and so on. A lot of good things are happening. It's not just about roads. Roads are just a big.
Oh, no, as for the roads, we are focusing on why people are getting contracts when they are not doing work. I'm sure if you give someone money to come and do something for you and the person hasn't done it.
You see, the good thing about that is that the money is available, right? And you said that.
Yes.
And so it was inexcusable, and I agree with you. But you see, again, some of the contractors, and they're Ghanaians, across the political divide, there is a suggestion, and I listened to you guys, especially with you and Sixtus when he joined you, that there's potential sabotage, and that also unearthed some of the things that the flaws in the ministry's own workings. Because at every
lack
stage,
of monitoring and all of that.
And so on. But I think that the fact that the contractors are being given opportunity as Ghanaians without looking at their political coloration, even though some of them, their actions, kind of suggest potential sabotage with political connotation. Because of the 2 year, there's a 2 year window within which they are supposed to finish. And the man says, wait till I finish. Wait till the 2 years. 2 years will be entering election year. And so if they are motivated by politics, that would be most unfortunate if people have been given the opportunity without recourse to their political affiliation. And that's what this reset is about.
Thank you.
But thanks to the Vice President. Thank the Vice President and the women of Ghana.
Mr. Jacob,
are you being anti-gender? Come on. Oh,
this will not work. Anti-gender, everybody who knows me knows my respect for women is up there. So there will be no anti-gender.
Are listening to you.
So, yes.
So the picture
commendations to them. we will be on the lookout for the full implementation.
You don't want to
and,
mention it by name.
the Vice President and Obobia. Commendations to them, if that's what it is. Mr. Jeku.
A very good morning to yourself and your listeners and viewers out there. But what exactly did the Vice President go to do there that deserves some commendation that he is requesting for? I'm finding it very hard to understand what she went to do, because this is the Vice President. We know that wherever she goes with sanitary pads, boxes of sanitary pads, and so. Did she go to give
boxes of sanitary pads?
Oh yes. Oh, that's what she has been doing.
When was the last time you menstruated?
No, I beg you.
No, when was the last? No.
It's not a subject matter for conversation.
But it's a very serious matter. Sanitary pads are not. You see, if you were a lady, you see the value.
I'm going to.
Your wife will not be. I'm going to interrogate. Your sisters will not be.
I'm going to interrogate.
You must apologize to women. Sanitary pads. Not the last time they bastardized the sanitary pads.
I'm going to interrogate him on that score. So, on what basis are you saying like she moves around with?
When you read the news, a lot of the headlines about the Vice President, she distributes.
But is it a bad thing?
That is not bad, but that's the only reason why she's a Vice President. You promised a Women's Development Bank, and the year under review, nothing was done about it. And so, what are you telling me?
So
you promised market women soft loans to expand their businesses, and as a Vice President, that you are championing that. You see, I always say this. I'm in a privileged position to be working in Parliament, and for the purposes of my boss being a member of a committee, I am privy to certain committee documents that they present. Do you know that there is a policy under the Office of the Vice President that she's supposed to resource about 1,000 disabled at the year under review? Not even one was resourced. And you think we should clap for the Vice President because she's distributing sanitary pads?
So the sanitary
Prince Derek, please. I'm saying that alone isn't the reason why she is a Vice President. We have seen Vice Presidents come and go. We saw what Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia did as a Vice President. We saw, you see,
the CD dollar.
That's
what he did.
No, let's accord one another with the necessary respect.
Go ahead.
We all saw what Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia did. You may have your qualms with him, but you can't take his flowers away from him. And what is this Vice President doing? What is she doing?
She's not messing the
Apart
economy.
from distributing sanitary pads.
She's not messing the economy.
What is she doing again?
You can expect a bit more from her.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That apart from the distribution of sanitary pads that I'm not writing off, what else is the woman championing? What else?
Fair question.
Anti-women. No.
Fair question.
What is this? Not no. You see,
no.
Don't
I can tell him what.
Don't instigate.
I can tell him what the Vice President has been doing.
It's not a part. It's not
I'm
a part
asking
of
a necessary question.
It's a fair question. It's not a part of the conversation this morning. It's a fair comment. It's a fair question. It's a fair question. No, I'm not agreeing.
What is she doing?
I'm not agreeing. Wait. The microphones are off because this is not a subject matter of conversation this morning. So let me go to Mark. And then I will come to us for the subject matter of conversation. You say commendations to her. That's fair because of Mahama case. He is asking questions of what more is being done. And I'm saying that is also fair.
No,
the reason I do not want us to proceed is that we are not discussing the role of the Vice President this morning. When I come back to you, but Mark, felicitations to you this morning. Already there's fire and brimstone in this video, but let's proceed. I trust that all is well with you as well.
I'm doing very, very good, and good morning to you and to our cherished listeners. Let me also say a very good morning to my two Dereks.
Yeah. They're always finding a way to...
Derek MPP and Derek NDC. Unfortunately, they've started
very early
this morning. But I believe that it is a responsibility of whoever is voted into office to make sure they deliver on their promises.
Absolutely.
They have a mandate, which mandate spans between a period of 4 years. We cannot box all the promises together for them to execute just in a year, And so we look at the priorities of the Ghanaian people and they have to deliver on it. I have also been asking questions about the roles our vice presidents play. And we know that in the absence of the president, the vice president takes charge. That alone is, it's a simplicity. But if you are looking at what the current vice presidents have done, then we need to go back to history and ask what other vice presidents have also done. All right? I don't think
we need to begin opening up some sort of argument on that perspective, because we know they are all performing. All right, whether good or bad, it's the responsibility of government to come about good governance or bad governance. All right, and so it's at the end of your tenure that would all assess to see judged. What you have done.
Fair.
So let's end that conversation.
Fair. So we will proceed. I want us to, because of BOG and the Hanan case, I want to start off from the Sakumo.
Oh, yeah.
I will.
1 minute.
No, it will continue on the back and forth, and I do not want. I do not want to. I do not, because he will. So when I come to you on Sakumo, then you use that time to do that. To do that for me briefly.
I want to ring fence the vice president's the allegation against vice president's non-performance.
No, I'm not. It's not.
5 seconds.
It's not.
I will not go beyond 10 seconds.
It's not an allegation about vice president.
That the vice president was not performing.
He asked specific questions. No,
relative to the
he asked
assignments given to
specific
her
questions
by the president.
As to
do you know
tasks
that
being
today
undertaken.
the big push that you're
and
talking
I'm saying
about,
that it is fair to ask questions.
But
there will
ask
be
questions.
Responses.
Yes,
and I will give you the chance to respond.
So 10 seconds for that response. I've
I'm
already
saying,
spent 20.
No, I will give you the time to respond.
So 10 seconds. So the vice president has been given marching orders by the president to ensure that together with the chief of staff, they get the ministers to perform. Even today's discussion on the big push. You know, the vice president went to the Roads and Highways Ministry and had conversations with them, based on which the minister has hit the road and you are discussing today. Do you know that the Lands Ministry has published over almost 2,000 names of people or companies whose allocations have been revoked, allocations that were given under them, fraudulently? The vice president was there just.
But that doesn't answer directly some of the questions he answered.
The vice president is making sure that all ministers and appointees are on the ball. What another vice president did was mess up the economy.
No, that's not the subject matter of conversation. I'm saying that the question he even asked, the 10 seconds have not been. You don't use the 10 seconds to one side.
Are like day and night. One
there is no comparison on this platform this morning about.
Thank you.
Baumia and Nana Jane. It is a question that has been asked.
What did Baumia do?
And so we'll leave it at that. Your microphones are off. Mark, I'll start with you on the Sakumo Ramza site. The cyclical nature of it and the fact that we go back and forth on persons buying land and we return, we demolish. Sometimes we don't even see throughout the entire demolition. We're back again for another 3-day exercise. Your expectation of this particular exercise and what needs to change so that we do not come back to a conversation like this possibly next year when the rains are upon us. Just briefly.
I think that we've been discussing this for years. And all this boils down to how our local authorities are able to exert their given mandate and the authorities to ensure that those who plan to put up buildings in areas that are not supposed to be are stopped. People, because of the links they have and how powerful they are, will think that they can go ahead to do whatever they want to do. But I believe we live in a country that is governed by laws. And so I've said that those who are involved in these, the structures should be pulled down, and not just pulling the structures down, but whatever punishment that will be given to those individuals to serve as a deterrent to others should be given to them. We shouldn't just end it there. There are district assemblies that these areas are under them, and they have oversight responsibilities on those areas. I know that there are individuals who also give out permits. In fact, at one of the some of the interviews I watched, the residents claimed that they were given permits, and of course they pulled out those documents, and those documents were not fake documents. They were true documents. They were authentic documents. So we asked, who provided those documents? Who gave that document out? I am sure that it is a human being who signed on that document, and it didn't go through just one office. It went through several offices, and we have people in charge of those offices. What are we doing to them? So I think we coming back to have a conversation on this every time here and there would not really help us. But let us go after those who issue the permits. And after bringing the buildings down, we should be able to punish those who claim they owned those lands to serve as deterrent to others.
Absolutely. Prince, you had thoughts to share. We're asking the individuals to go and take their monies from persons who sold the land to them. How do we bring finality to this issue once and for all?
Thank you and good morning to your viewers once again. I hold the view that there are laws in this country, there are state institutions charged with the responsibility of doing various things, assemblies inclusive. The Spatial Planning Authority also has a role to play. You cannot just come up with a structure anywhere, especially on lands that either government has an interest in directly or indirectly. Indirectly because of the location and what it portends to all of us, should it be put to the wrong use. In this particular instance, estuaries of lagoons, wetlands of all kinds, low-lying areas that are flood-prone, among others. And I think we should commend successive governments who have made efforts at, removing squatters from various public lands, and especially the estuaries and the wetlands. Sad spectacle, though, under the previous Bawumia Akufo-Addo government, where the one in charge of forestry, Sir John, managed to annex the last, carbon sink in Accra, that's Achimota Forest, whaled it himself, stole large chunks of the wetlands, the Sakumo, etc., whaled it to himself and his family and friends, among others. I think there were efforts, and I must commend the regional minister, Titus Glover, for attempting to do something of the nature that the current regional minister is doing. So it's continuity. Except that even though Titus promised to do, he couldn't. He started, he was stopped. And we do know, in some instances, that money's changed hands. At least those allegations that were made by people within the, that office. And I'll put this within the same context of the current minister. We do hope that monies will not change hands, and so they will not stop, as did happen in the case of Titus Glover's era. Now, you see, you can huff and pop, but then I agree also that officials who are complicit in the award of these lands for building purposes should be dealt with. Transfer of these people may not necessarily be punishment, but are administrative measures that are, supposed to be put in place to allow for proper investigation without interference. And I think there was a slip by the minister when she deemed it as punishment, for which reason she has had to, as it were, retract and apologize for. That should not stop her and the NADMO from doing the right thing. And indeed, whatever assemblies are there should do the needful. That brings me to one of the areas that Titus started and stopped. The Kweshi Lagoon, recently, NADMO has gone to clear that place and rid the place of the squatters who were encroaching on it and have, as it were, blocked the Kweshi. They didn't finish the exercise, but somehow it stalled, and people are asking questions. Is it the case that the Titus Glover phenomena has crept in, and so there's no appetite to continue? We must see also that the mangroves have a reason for being there, and they act as a filtration process for water that goes into the sea. You can't put dirty water in the sea. Nature has its own way of correcting, and also prevents sea water from flooding, the towns. The clouds are gathering. It's actually raining outside, right? So, and the rains don't fall in selected areas all the time. So the Sakumo area may experience some rain, and it's not too far away from the Kweshi Lagoon or the Korle Lagoon. In fact, when I was coming, the Korle area, it was raining. We have invested a lot of money over the years, from Kufuor's time, Rawlings' time, etc., into the Korle Lagoon, dredging, and then there's been some works all the way from Alaju, and so we know how the water intake from the mountains ends up in the sea through all these channels and floods the the circle area, Alaju, etc., all the way. Interventions have happened, but it is not enough, and these must be done in a manner that, as it were, ends the whole cycle. In fact, if the Kweshi Lagoon is dredged, if the Korle Lagoon is dredged, in fact, in the case of the Korle Lagoon, there were concepts of having water sports, hotels, etc. Today, what do you see there? You see rather toilet, what do you call it, filtration, what do you call it?
People are pumping stuff
Yes,
into the
those are not hotels. Those are not the things that were promised. So we want to see those things happen. If the Zoom Lounge thing will be removed and we'll have the original thing there, let's have it.
Right.
Then you come to the Kweshi. Now, the Polo Club that took over the beachfront, the Labadi beachfront, have used the Kweshi Lagoon as their car park. And so they have blocked the Kweshi Lagoon entering into the sea. That place must be removed in order for the sea and the Kweshi to have proper, flow. The same with the mangroves, they must be replanted, and portions of Laboma that also have taken over mangroves, they must be, done properly. Then you come to the issue again of the assemblies and the the administrative boundaries. It has become the bane of the Laboma instance. I recall that Titus Glover and Ladma at the time went and marked and indicated that no permanent structures be put there. Is it the case that Ladma has given permission, or now it is LECMA that has given permission? Because after that incident, it looks like LECMA got into the frame.
Right. I'm sure we'll get. It's a subject matter that we have to follow.
Until we finish that, we run a certain risk. Now that the sea defense wall is being done from the Volta all the way to a certain portion of the Volta,
we could have challenges along that front as well.
What it means is that the sea will now rush to the weakest point, that is Osu and La. And it means that we can have flooding in the Osu, La, and the Sakumo area. Those are becoming the weak points.
Right.
The Dansuman side has experienced some. But if
they've been experiencing for quite some time
we need to add some urgency. So, Madam Regional Minister, kudos, but don't let our critics like Derek in the studio say that you've seen some money.
On Sakumo and how we move on from here.
Yes, so yesterday the Director of Communications for the Baumia campaign 2024, the Maestro Dennis Miracle Saboa, just sent a caution that we are not like our ancestors, and so if you come after our flag bearer, we will come after you in double fold. I mean, Prince Derek is a good friend, he's a senior brother. If for nothing at all, he was the boss to my boss during his service days, and so I became
Proceed.
Yes, I mean, at the days when my boss was a service person, it was in his office that he worked, so I hold him in high esteem, and then I respect. Other than that, it would have been brutal this morning. If, for instance, if you want to come after Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Baumia, but you see, in 20 seconds, let me just outline just about 10 things that Baumia championed as a vice president. In 20 seconds.
Which will not be a subject matter of 20 seconds, because we are talking about
no problem. You see, even if you don't give me the time again, this that I'm doing is fine.
Hey, really?
We had mobile money interoperability. When we assumed office in 2017, we knew how much the contract was awarded for. It was renegotiated and expanded. That was led by Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Baumia. We had a paperless port system. That was championed by Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Baumia. We had the national identification card that was linked to insurance, tax, and social services. That was championed by Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Baumia. We had the Ghana.government portal. That became a single portal for all government payments. We had e-pharmacy platform, the digital address system, no guarantor student loan, one constituency, one ambulance, agenda 111, gold for oil policy. All these things were championed under Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Baumia, who was a certain vice
agenda
president.
111 is not complete.
No, but when you say it's not complete, I wouldn't understand, because
I mean, not one single hospital was finished for us
brother,
to. Is any agenda 111 hospital operational as we speak, where persons are in?
But who is to operationalize them?
No, I'm asking a
but
question.
Who is to operationalize
because
them?
you commissioned
just yesterday.
You commissioned before the elections. Wait, Derek. You commissioned before the elections.
Yes.
That's why I said I didn't want us to go on a tangent. Of,
no, so you see,
you commissioned before the elections.
Yes.
Was where nurses and the likes taken, doctors taken, then the place was operational and persons were seeking healthcare, because you commissioned days, I can say in some cases a month or so before the elections.
No, some were commissioned on the 5th of December. On the 5th of December.
Was it not done with political expediency?
No, it was commissioned at the time that it was necessary to be commissioned.
Really?
But the Transition Act doesn't permit recruitment after elections, and that is how come we didn't employ any nurse or doctor in those hospitals. What have been done after a year? What have been done after a year? Just yesterday, we had a resident of Wager demonstrating that the children and maternity hospital 120 bed
that has been proven to be a World Bank project.
No problem.
Where the contractor,
no problem.
I read that statement this morning.
What is the government doing about it?
The government says there have been negotiations and there are conversations in relation to it.
16 months. And so when you sit here and we are asking the necessary questions of what our vice president is doing, apart from visiting ministries and distributing sanitary pads, what is our vice president doing? We ask these questions and you think that because of partisan politics, we don't have the right to ask these questions.
You
think we don't have the right to ask these questions?
I think I stated quite clearly that the questions you asked are fair, particularly on specific projects that are to be undertaken by the vice president.
You let the church convince the market women on the Women's Development Bank. 16 months in government. What have been done about it?
I've granted you that.
We ask these questions and you think we don't have the temerity to do that.
You have every right to ask these questions. I asked specifically about Sakumo. Do that for me in 30 seconds. Then we go to Sakumo now.
BOG. The issues of lands, building on waterways, and building in areas that affect the generality of the people is one that I don't subscribe to. If buildings are on waterways, that at the end of the day, when it rains and there are issues of flooding, you see, I've been a victim of a flooding situation before. I remember somewhere in 2019, I was living at Odona. I was a student at the time. I was living at Odona. And I remember when I went to rent the space, the landlord told me that I should have shelves in my room. I didn't understand. A very serious situation.
He said you have shelves. You should have shelves.
Shelves. I was like, is it a shop I'm opening or what that I should have shelves in my room? So it was a NUCS election that we had at Islamic University. The election elected Isaac J. Hyde, our Deputy National Youth Organizer, as the NUCS president. Eric, I was at Islamic agenda boy fighting, and I saw my landlord calling me about 16 times. I answered the call, and the question was, the shelves I told you to make, did you make them? I said no, and he said, any away. Then he ended the call. So he started raining at Islamic, and my friend called me that our area has flooded, so I should come around. I picked the motor from Islamic University to Odo. I got there, and about 100 meters to my house, people are standing at the back of the flood, and we had the military come and transport people. So I didn't even think about the fact that maybe my room has been flooded or something. I didn't even think about it. I got home, my bed, my fridge, my laptop, my clothes, everything. I locked the door up, gave the keys to my landlord, and I went to sleep on main campus. And so I was a student of City Campus. So what I did all the time was, if I come for lectures, then I'll go to Tudu or Mokola, then I'll buy a shirt. Then I go back to campus for the next day lectures.
Which year was
2019.
You've experienced...
Yes, it was so bad. It was so bad. And so when I hear that we are demolishing people buildings because it's on waterways and then they are agitating, I ask myself, do these people understand what they are causing other people? They have no idea how they are disadvantaging other people. And so if you build on waterways, you build areas where would deprive other people certain levels of comfort. Just because of you, thousands of people shouldn't go through that ordeal. And so I don't have any qualms. I give the full support to the ministry to do what is right in saving our nation. But to those who issue permits to these people, the assemblies. You see, I always say this, and I tell people all the time that we always accuse politicians of being corrupt, of being thieves, of being mismanagers and all of that. But the technocrats, the technical people in our ministries and agencies, if there is anybody that we should go after, they are these people that we should go after them. Because you'd realize that ordinarily, politicians may not even do these things. For instance, issues of roads. You'd realize that when we construct roads in less than about 2-3 years, then it's deteriorating. You go to the ministries and you find out that those who are to inspect and to issue certificates for work done are not politicians and then they are technocrats. So why do we do this to our nation? Why do we do these things to ourselves? Why? What at all becomes the interest? You have been employed because of your expertise. You have been employed because of something that you exude, something that you represent. And so why can't we put our nation first in some of these areas, but we think about how we enrich ourselves, how we would feel comfortable and all of that. But I'm saying that yesterday when you listen to some of the residents, some were making the claims that they know ministers, they know politicians, they know government appointees who have their buildings at the Ramsey site and all of that, but their buildings haven't been touched. And so I'm just urging the minister that if that becomes the order of the day, we may not achieve the purpose for which we are embarking on these exercises. And so they should do this without fear or favor. Whoever that have his or her building on a waterway, on an area that will prevent the greater good, it should just be pulled down.
I join hands with you on this. This
Fantastic.
man has spoken well, but you know his best
You're so live here on the 3FM Sunrise.
His own former national chairman, Freddie Blay. Do you know that he and his son have blocked the Beshi Lagoon?
No, I beg you.
Yes.
These are matters in court.
No.
I think there was a back and forth with Black and some other individuals. And so, no, we've spoken about the Beshi Lagoon.
I'm not talking about a matter in court. He's saying that without fear or favor.
Yes.
The politicians inclusive. And I'm taking on the back of that, that Freddie Blay is not a fact. That Freddie Blay's son,
I don't
the
know
Polo
that
Club
as
the one that
a matter
has
of
taken the beachfront and used the Beshi Lagoon as a car park. That car park must go so that the free flow of water. That's what you're saying.
I mean, that's what I'm saying.
Yes.
If there's anything that must go for the greater good of the people to be established, I think that is fair.
So lobby Freddie Blay to remove that car park today. So that people will not suffer your fate.
Let's turn our attention to DOG. Prince.
Yes.
Why are you posting losses in the regions of 15.6 billion cedis? The minority says the real loss is 44 billion, and you're only stopping short of doing magic or tricks with the accounting principles and what you promised the good people of Ghana in terms of the BUG. You have not fulfilled.
So you use the word magic, synonymous to miracles. Miracles was flawed very badly yesterday.
He's not a subject matter of conversation.
Oh no, that's his boss. He introduced. He said
He's
his boss
not-
has given.
he's not-
He
he's
said
not-
his boss has
he's
given
not a
matching
subject
orders.
matter of your time is ticking.
Shamima did good justice, and I'm going to have to just repeat what Shamima said without much more. I'm saying that we are not doing magic. We are performing miracles with the economy that Bawumia failed to turn around. The economy that was left by Bawumia as head of the economic management team in tatters, in shambles. In fact, we have not arrested the cedi from the dollar. We haven't arrested the cedi. We have taken our cedi back. We haven't even arrested the dollar. We've left it with Trump. But the cedi is fighting a good fight. It is not losses, it is cost. So today, the inflation that they were hoping that they could have tamed, one of the key things that Bawumia said, the indicators are supposed to be pointing in the right direction, etc., etc. From 54%. Today, what's the inflation? 3.2, correct?
You ended the year at 5.3.
Bawumia would have had several orgasms even if it was 32%. Several orgasms. But it's 3.2.
Before they left office,
yes,
they had reduced it to 23%.
You don't get my point. When it was 54 under his watch, that time he would have had an orgasm if it was 32. So when he left it where he left it, today, what is it? It's 3.2. What would he have? He would have had many babies. Bawumia, he would have celebrated it by having many babies. He can't do what is being done today. So it's not a miracle. It is just prudence. It is just making sure that we have, good control. We are not being frivolous. So we have Governor Johnson Esiama in the saddle. We have Ato Forson in the saddle. And we have Jane Nana Opoku Ajiman in the saddle. All right? In the camp of John Mahama, we had in the past, in the camp of Akufo-Addo, Vice President Bawumia as head of the economic management team. We had Ken Ofori-Atta, who has fled the country and not willing to come and account for his stewardship. which Bawumia today, up to today, Bawumia has not commented. Bawumia has never publicly said, Ken, come and account. But Bawumia said that he was not in charge of the economy, so he was doing digitalization because Ken had seized his portfolio. A man who has no spine
You're
would not.
digressing.
Sorry?
I'm saying you're digressing.
No, I'm saying this
subject
as facts so that Ghanaians will understand where we are. And then when they start listening to the MPP, they see them for what they are. Governor Addison, his man on the opposite side, Johnson Esiama, who they hounded for years and tried to criminalize and imprison, has come to free us all from the shackles of Ken Ofri-Atta and Addison.
Does that explain how you use 8 billion to move inflation from 54% to 23%?
Do you know the value of that? Okay.
8 billion.
Yes.
8 billion in terms of open market operations reduce inflation from 54% to about 23%. That's about 31% of inflation chalked off. Then you use 16.7 billion to move it from 23% to 5.3% end year 2025.
Have you run a sprint before? So if somebody does 9.98 seconds in 100 meters, it's not the same as somebody doing 10 seconds. It's so difficult when you're getting to the end of the race. You understand? And holding it down constantly. It's not about just a flash in the pan kind of event where you are able to bring inflation down. Then it's kind of, you see, the stability is what is of value. That you can project and make very sound, projections based on the stability is what is important. Has the cedi been stable against the dollar? Has inflationary rates been stable, as in coming down steadily and being held down rather than an erratic whatever? Now, you see, they can talk about cost. These are not monies that they can pin on embezzlement, chopping, etc., as happened in their instance. Now, they talk of the DDDP. Even let's look at the so-called banking crisis and the other factors that they enumerated for their shortcomings. How much did they use in collapsing the banks? Give us the figure. And how much did the banks need? Give us that figure so Ghanaians can better appreciate how these people use money to spoil things when they could have saved things with much less. And these people are coming to tell us, they're coming to preach to us, and they talk about people hiding figures. All the figures have been made available. They are currently on the website. Somebody was talking about midnight. Upon Nkrumah is another of my prodigies, like your boss. I respect him, but he should not spoil himself because of Bawumia. It's not worth it. Bawumia is not worth the young people in the party spoiling themselves. And Derek, my advice to you, don't spoil yourself for Bawumia. Miracles regretted it in the studios of Metro. Don't do same. I beg you. With all due respect, I beg you, you're a young man. I have a soft spot for young people. I beg you, okay? Now, the economy has been saved, and like I said, it's come at a certain cost. The cost is not the end of the world. Now, you see, the gold reserves thing that they are talking about, which he was claiming Bawumia started with gold for oil. Ask them to tell us exactly what they did with that gold for oil, which is the subject matter of investigations. Look, I'm sure we'll come to the Hanan issue very soon. Last week, they were talking about Dumso and other things, and you see the same pattern. Bawumia will go to jail over PDSO. There are things that will happen in the course of time and I hope, that's what I'm saying, that I beg you, don't spoil yourself for Bawumia. He messed us big time. We have come to save. Join us, save Ghana, so that your future will be bright. That is a better thing to do with your time. So I will cede the rest of my time to him, and I'll revert if he doesn't save himself. I've dropped you a lifeline.
I'll come to Mark before I come to Derek Ejikum on the subject matter. Mark, the 15.6, which is the headline loss, the argument is that it's a cost, and the same argument has been made by Prince Derek Eji in the studio today. For the average Ghanaian, and in terms of the outline of things which is playing out, should anybody be taking that seriously when they criticize losses in opposition and are seeking to justify same in governments today?
Well, this is an issue that has for days now taken center stage because it interests every Ghanaian.
Right.
whatever efforts the government is putting in place should inure to the benefit of the Ghanaian people. We know that the BOG's mandate does not include making profit. Theirs is to see to it that we have stability in our currency and inflation is rightly controlled. And in doing this, it comes at a cost. Now, the cost we are talking about is what the previous administration also implemented. And I hear they talking about the fact that the open market operations the current administration and the BOG is engaging in is costing the country so much. And that they thought we should go for the CRR. It is this same CRR they went for. And we found ourselves where we were. Before they exited power in 2024, they moved back. They had a policy change, which is introducing the open market operations. And that brought our inflation to 23 point something. I also recall during the MPP's administration where the finance minister, Ken Oforiatta, saying that the kind of mess our economic outlook finds itself, it will take us over 20 years to be able to come out of that economic shambles. And so the question is, investing about 16 billion to recover in 20 years and investing 16 billion to recover in a year, which of these will we look for?
You're suggesting there's a recovery as we speak?
Why not? What was the inflation rate? We are not talking about 3 point something inflation rate. And what is the dollar to the cedi ratio? It is quite okay. And it is not just that the cedi appreciated in its value for a matter of days. It's been consistent for a period of time. And these are the mandates we expect the Bank of Ghana to be delivering. Of course, in the past, we saw where our inflation rate was. Over 54. Although they did well to bring it down to 23. The best inflation every country should have, especially struggling economies like Ghana, should be a single-digit inflation. And so before Governor Esiama came, what inflation did he inherit? And what inflation level do we find ourselves now? We also can complain that, yes, the amount of money we are pushing into destabilization is so huge, and they are preferring that we use other tools. Which other tools do you want to use? And why didn't you use them then? One of the tools we could use is to increase interest rates. But if you increase interest rates, it will also burden the business community, because the banks will then be how do you call it? Will not be made or given the opportunity to lend out enough, liquidity to our business community. And so you realize that a lot of people will be chasing for few cash with high interest rates, and that will come at a cost. And so for me, I think this program, since it is benefiting the Ghanaian people, and government is supposed to make sure that, including the Bank of Ghana, that we have an enabling environment, a very conducive economic environment for the business community to thrive. We need to also have a very conducive environment for the ordinary Ghanaian to benefit. Our household must benefit from every intervention or monetary policy that this government implements. And for me, if we are enjoying a single-digit inflation of about 3.something% within 13 months, 3.2 within 13 months, and now we don't even mention the dollar. Me, if you want to give me money and you are giving me dollar, I may reject it, because it is the same as the cedi. The cedi have gained some sort of strength. And you see, one of the benefits this thing has given us is that it means that the MPP sat aloof and looked on to the inflation going higher. They started without doing anything, looking on for the dollar to run, and later come to tell us that we want to arrest the dollar. Today, We are not mentioning any $10. We are not going after the dollar. The dollar can do whatever it wants to do. We have a stable Ghanaian city that if you want to do anything, especially the business community, they're able to plan ahead. They can plan from now to the next 6 months because they are very much assured that at least there is some stability in our currency. Again, we had a Bank of Ghana that lost its credibility. We introduced this debt domestic whatever program.
Domestic debt
yes.
exchange.
Cutting people's head. For what reason? For what did they do? That our senior citizens have suffered their lives and worked for Ghana, made some small money somewhere, and they think that there is so much trust in the Bank of Ghana, and so let's go and buy bonds. The only thing we saw was that Yamamo haircut, and out of this, people have died. The BOG at the time lost its own credibility, and today
their credibility is intact as we speak.
Oh, why is it not intact? Let's just suppose what Esiama is doing to what the previous administration did. What is the rate of our city, and what is our inflation rate?
Right.
So I think they have all questions to ask, but the fact of the matter is that reporting or petitioning is it World Bank or IMF?
It's IMF.
It's a matter of they not being patriotic to the Ghanaian people. Look, there are committees in Parliament that these issues could have been discussed there. The report came out just 3 days. You were able to come out with this petition, and in the full 8 years of your administration, you couldn't do all these things you are doing. And you see, let's let our listeners understand that economics is not just about looking at how the thing looks like or you are seeing it in real, all right? But it's like chasing a madman to sew a dress for him. It is best you get close and then see that no, I have somebody have sewed a dress for. He looks like you can then imagine the stature of that person when you get close.
Right.
You cannot hold a madman and take measurements.
Right.
So this administration is doing well.
Prince, come in for Derek Ejekum, not you, Prince. Derek, come in for me on the IMF and the subject matters from there. I see the former finance minister has written to the IMF in relation to the BOG and the losses posted.
Eric, I'm surprised by the commentary that my brothers are making. And you see, for the first time ever since I started being a co-panel to Prince Derek J, he has never for once ceded his time. But you see, today he ceded his time because the issues that he's speaking to are indefensible.
Oh, really?
And you see how hypocritical both of you look. You see how hypocritical both of you look. Today, you, Eko, you sit here to defend 15 billion, 16 billion. Mark, you sit here. No problem. No problem. No problem. No problem. But today you sit here. He's not my friend.
So how can his name is on it?
You sit here.
Derek, allow him.
Would you allow me?
Allow him proceed, please.
No, allow me. Today you sit here hypocritically defending 16 billion loss. You sit here hypocritically defending 35 billion loss by the BOG. You think that today you sit here and tell us that if it is satisfying the needs of our economy, it is fine. Was the 9 billion that for the reason you people were calling the head of the former governor, wasn't that justifiable? Were we not in this country when the former BOG governor told us that if he wants the dollar to trade with the cedi at 9 cedis, he can wake up one morning and it will be so? No, you see, let's do this dispassionately. Let's be very honest with our people. We can't be sitting here and be deceiving the people out of our political convenience. Today you sit here and you're defending the losses of the Bank of Ghana, that it is saving on the economy that can't pay teachers, economy that can't pay nurses, economy that...
The Bank of Ghana pay teachers. Bank of Ghana doesn't pay teachers, and we are talking about what the Bank of Ghana is doing.
Mark, allow him.
I'm not attacking him. I'm attacking both. Even if it's an attack, I'm attacking both of you.
No.
But what is the meaning of your hypocritical stance? No, you see, I'm surprised.
5 minutes.
I'm surprised. If Prince Derek J sits here to make such arguments, he's not a young man like you and I. He sat at NYA. He has enjoyed from Mahama 1. And so you and I are young people. We have a future in this country. If for nothing at all, you represent a civil society. You are not an affiliate of any political party, but today you sit here as a Ghanaian defending the losses of Bank of Ghana, when some years ago you were part of the people calling for the head of the former governor just because they made losses of 9 billion, and today you sit here justifying a loss of 35 billion.
But Eric,
but for the bill, please, but for the sale of gold, it would have been 44 billion. And you say that because inflation is 3.2, because dollar is trading at 12 cedis, it is okay for us to incur such losses. Was that not the same reason why we incurred the losses of the 9 billion? Was it not for the same reason that we incurred those losses? What were the reasons for the losses that we incurred previously? For that reason, Prince Derek J and his people and your people were calling for the head of the former governor. We can't do this. We can't do this to ourselves. We can't be doing this to ourselves as a nation, especially with the young people. When what was bad yesterday is bad today. What was good yesterday is good today. You say the Bank of Ghana has incurred a 44 billion loss to save our economy. Because
44 billion. We're discussing 16.0.
Right. If you pay attention to their reports and their FAQs, they allude to the 44 billion. They talk about, I'll share it with you.
No, I've seen the frequently asked questions. The argument being put forth.
Let me make my point, Eric. Let me make my point.
The argument being made, and you are right to call them out on hypocrisy and all of that. The argument being made is simple, that we have seen 60 billion or 50 billion loss. We've seen 9 billion. We are seeing 15.6 billion. In all of the times, the macroeconomic indicators along those stretches are different. That is the justification they offer as to why this is a cost and not a loss. How does the NPP respond to that?
Eric, in all of the years that you mentioned the loss of the Bank of Ghana, we were not in ordinary times. Please. We were not in ordinary times. You can challenge it for all I care.
Right.
But we were not in ordinary times.
Fair point.
But what is the emergency situation, or what is the in ordinary time that we are facing in this country that we must experience that loss from BOG? You talk about inflation at 3.2%, but utility the year under review has skyrocketed by 28%. So what are you talking about? When you look at the macro indicators and then the micro expenses that we are engaged in this country, do they meet? Are they at the same point? You talk about exchange rate. We left the dollar to CD at 14 Ghana cedis. Isn't it trading around 12 cedis today?
It's 11 if we're sticking with the BOG, because the BOG rate was 14.
No problem.
It's 11.
If it is 11 today, let's even go by what you are saying. If it is 11 today and we left at 14 billion, we left at 14 cedis, and we incurred the cost of 9 billion, and today you are in a region of over 44 billion, and you sit here and you tell us that it is justifiable because it is serving the interest of our economy, an economy that can pay teachers, an economy that can pay nurses, an economy that don't be doing don't be going by these phonetic sounds. Please, it doesn't help the discourse.
Make the point. As for the,
is this the economy that you are telling us that has been saved? An economy that my junior brother is in Kumasi Anglican, and he is always complaining about their feeding. To the farthest extent, when you go for visiting, you would have to support the school to provide food for them to eat. Is this the economy that we are incurring 44 billion to save?
See your body size, your brother.
Oh, Prince. That's not a tangent.
I take serious offense to that.
That's not a tangent.
Is this the economy? Is this the economy? Is this the economy they are telling us that they are saving, and so for that reason it is justifiable for us to incur the 44 billion cost? Let's not be doing this to ourselves. Out of nowhere today, the majority finance committee is the one leading the press for the BOG. How did we get
But we
here?
saw the majority at that time as well defend.
At least they should have allowed the reports to be in the domain of the public.
No, I'm saying
at
if it comes to defense, at
the time they made the press conference, have you seen the report?
The report was not. I think that's something we've
So since when did they come to test the waters for BOG? Since when? There's a finance committee in parliament that is supposed to interrogate documents, ask the necessary questions. Since when did they become the PR department for the BOG? And for that reason, they want us to sit here and understand that today, 16 billion, 15 billion, 9 billion is justifiable because dollar is now trading around 11 cities because inflation was at 3 cities. Was the 9 billion cost used for porridge and kose? What are they talking about?
Right.
Was it not justifiable for the same reasons that they are trying to let us understand today?
I'll come to you again because I'll do one final round on this matter and I'll ask a few questions. Let me come to Andrews Apia Dankwa, who is the director of legal for the Movement of Change as well. No, let him use this one. Let him use this one. Let him use this one. No, let him use this one because this could prove challenging. Andrews, the debate is on. For you in the United Party, is there justification, right, from the report that we've seen from the BOG, the expenses that have been made, and where we are as a country in terms of macroeconomic indicators?
Yeah, so the name is Andrew. There's no S.
Okay, Andrew.
I'm not a liver salt.
That's a fair point.
Yeah, so let me wish yourself a good morning. First time meeting you. Wish my brothers here a good morning. Ask my brother to make a very passionate point, but I think this was over passion. over passion. Yeah, so you see, to answer your question properly, then I think we need to place this in proper context.
In proper context.
Yeah. So the proper context is when His Excellency John Mahama took power in 2025, as in the economy of Ghana was practically in stage 4 cancer. It was 4 intensive purposes dead. And for you to understand this, things that happened that I never believed could happen in my lifetime. So one, I never believed that I would live to see a day when Ghana will be so broke that the fundamental principle of economics that says that the safest place to place your money is with government. Government will breach that. Stand where government is saying that, listen, I took your monies, I can't pay. Let me restructure it. I never thought that we would find such a time.
About 38 years.
2, you had an economy that has been classified as junk, and so nobody was interested in investing in Ghana. And then international what's called market, capital market. Our economy has been classified as junk. You get a picture. And some of us were wondering how whoever became president was going to resurrect the economy. Because when we talk about economy, beyond the definition for what an economy is, one of the critical lifebloods of any economy is the word confidence. It's very critical. So that where you put yourself in a situation where everybody, both locally and internationally, has lost confidence in your economy, and all the indicators are showing. Because economic indicators are simply like you're going to take a test, your sugar level, your blood level. It gives an indication of the state of your health, and that's what these what's called economic indicators do. And so where we were, nobody really wanted to invest in Ghana, so there was an obligation on whoever took power to radically reverse the issues that was causing the fundamental loss in the confidence of the economy of Ghana. We ought to understand that. Now, I mentioned the DDAP. When you read the report, I think the most critical information there is the fact that Bank of Ghana has a negative net equity of 96 billion. So when you take the balance sheet of Bank of Ghana, because of that 96 billion, then you ought to interrogate it and see whether or not, and first of all, interrogate what has caused Bank of Ghana to be in a situation where, when you make an analysis of what Bank of Ghana owns and what it owes, when you do analysis, we are at a negative of up to the tune of 96 billion. So that one, we can solve the problem and then put ourselves in a situation where we will not have to return to that. Now, when you interrogate the figures,
one thing that is glaring at you, that stares glaring at you, is the fact that 48 billion of those was as a result of the DDEP. Now, for you to understand and put ourselves in a situation where we will not find ourselves back to this situation, we need to interrogate what caused the DDEP. Because when you define every economy, and the economy is simply the state of every nation in terms of its production and consumption of goods and services and the supply of money. We know that the role government plays in any economy is in terms of its fiscal and monetary. That the monetary is handled by the central bank. The fiscal is handled by the government that we vote into power. You understand? And fiscal is simply how you spend your money and how you raise money. Now, between 2017 and 2022, in the manner government spent its money, in the manner government attempted to raise money, put this economy in a situation that made DDP happen. Because see, if you ask me, what are the key problems that consistently the economy of Ghana is facing? And I'll give you three. One, we have an economy that is unable to generate revenue.
Right.
We have an economy that is unable to generate revenue. And we have an economy that is unable to have enough inflows of foreign exchange to deal with our forex situation. And one of the consequences of it is that we have an economy that is unable to create jobs. See, we need to understand that. And that's why there's so much pressure on government. Now, when His Excellency Nanado, and I'm going to bring his name, because he's fundamental to the issues. When His Excellency Nanado came into office, or when he was attempting to come to office, he made certain promises. I wouldn't say promises, but he rightly diagnosed the issues that Ghana's economy was faced with. One, he raised the issue of our economy being still structured like the Ghanaian economy. He rightly diagnosed it. And two, he mentioned rightly also the principle of the Hattarization of the city. You know the principle of the Hattarization of the city. Yeah, you understand. So, and he promised as a solution to bring in place policies that will essentially transform the economy of Ghana. When we say transformation, all it simply means that we are going to spend our resources in high productive areas as against low productive areas. So how did we spend our money? Now, can a government that came on this promise explain to Ghanaians how and why the government decided to spend 400 million Ghana cedis on one of its most transformative programs, the One District, One Factory, and spend 5 billion on a very useless program like NAPCO? Can you explain that?
Politics.
You understand? Can you explain how the Ministry of Trade put together a comprehensive 10-point industrialization program? Chief amongst them was the BRCs. You understand? A program whose essence was to aid in building small, medium scale enterprises. Because see, when it comes to SMEs, we are backed by facts. And the facts being that a great nation like America, on the back of the Second World War came on the back of the Great Depression. So the economy was tanked. They had a president called Dwight Eisenhower, who introduced the Small Business Act. Small Business Act introduced the small business agencies. America deliberately built a small and medium scale enterprises. And that's why there's so much jobs in America. There's so much wealth in America. So that in the US, nobody wants government jobs.
No.
Nobody wants government. The private sector is able to generate enough contracts to the extent that government contracts are given to veterans. So to do that, the business resource centers, that was part of the 10-point industrialization agenda, was very critical. How did government use its fiscal policy to support that? You talk about this automotive industry. How did government use its fiscal policy to support that? Yes, and all the other beautiful programs under the 10-point industrialization agenda, which was meant to transform the economy of this country. So the totality of this is that because of the manner in which the economy was handled, the fiscal side, it put us in a worse situation in terms of generating revenues, in terms of creating jobs, and in terms of attracting foreign exchange. And we saw the consequences. What was the state of foreign direct investment in Ghana by 2024? So all these culminated in weakening the very fundamentals of the economy, so that when there was a shock And I don't mention COVID because we also saw the revenues that came into the country, free money that came during COVID. Free money, a lot of free money. You understand? But when there was Russia-Ukraine, we didn't have the foundation to handle the shocks. The economy was already in cancer by the time Russia-Ukraine happened.
So there's justification for all the things that were
And so the consequences of that was that, one, you had DDEP. We couldn't pay. What did Ghana do? Because DDEP was a consequence of a fundamental failure of fiscal policy. What did government do? They placed those burdens on the books of Bank of Ghana. To the extent that 32 billion was even written off. 32 billion was written off without parliamentary approval. 32, just think about that. 32 billion. Now, what was the consequence of that? The consequence of those was inflation suddenly going up the roof. It went all the way to 55%. Eventually came down to 23.8% by the time they were leaving office. Also caused the exchange rate to go to unbelievable levels. And you see, when you consider the fact that His Excellency Nanado said that $1 to 2 cedis was so criminal that he had to give him the term hatterization of the city. That was so criminal that he expected the president then to resign. And these are not me speculating, these are factual issues. And he even went ahead and said that the only reason why they are not resigning is because of the envelope under the table. And so when the dollar got to 17 cedis and nobody resigned, was it because the dollar, the money under the envelope had gone up by 10 folds? Why they didn't resign? But that was the problem. And these issues were going at the very heart of our economy. You understand? Now, how were they going to resolve that? So, to one, they are telling that 96 billion, 48 was as a result of the DDP. Now, the 16 point something billion that was meant to be for the inflation. How do you deal with inflation? Especially when previously they printed 60 billion and pushed it onto the market. You had to issue Bank of Ghana bonds, sell those bonds to what? To mop up.
But couldn't the interest have been lower because we paid in excess of 16 billion cedis in terms of interest to these commercial banks?
So it's a fundamental principle in banking. The higher the risks, the higher the interest. The higher the risks, the higher the interest. You understand? With an economy that was junk, that was an economy that, for interest purposes, is a very risky economy to invest in. You understand? Who caused that risk, that necessitated higher interest? Who caused them? Do you get the argument?
So it stands. You're pointing the fingers to the starting point of all of this reason.
But the problem is the criminal management of the economy by Nanado, Nebu, and see. But that's the fact. I'm telling you that. But these are factual. Under whose watch did we get a DDEP? Under whose watch? Under whose watch did the inflation go up to about 55%? Under who used his fiscal policy to spend 400 million on a transformational program like the 1D1F and spend 5 billion on a useless program like NAPCO? Who made that decision? Because the holder of the fiscal policy is the president himself.
Right.
You understand? So essentially, please, listen. I'm saying that. So another one is a joint ticket. But the point is, who holds that fiscal policy?
Right.
Who holds that fiscal policy? Listen. I think the bigger question, the plan you sent me, was that Ghana has been reported to the IMF.
I'll come to that.
So to end, I see when you look at the figures without the context, placing in proper context, then you may be mistaken in your analysis. Let's place it in the proper context. The proper context suggests that one, this should be the proper wording for it should be a policy cost. There is a cost of monetary policy because you have a constitution that says that the fundamental duty of the central bank is to ensure price stability. You understand? So this cost should be seen as a policy cost. But having said that, it does not mean that it is justified. It does not mean, because the only reason why we have to spend this amount of money
is because something had happened.
Because of the criminal manner in which our economy has managed.
Right.
And please let me just give me just a minute.
Right.
And see,
I want to take a break so that
just a minute. So when I say criminal, I think yes, you people did worse, but it shouldn't just be their evil. Because ever since this country, the fact that
at that time,
but I was not a holder. I've never, you yourself, don't take that blame. Because me, the fact that I was an MPP member does not mean that I had any input in the management of the economy. I don't know why you want to take that blame. People have taken criminal decisions, made money in their pockets, and innocent people have to come on TV and radio and defend this mess. You understand? And then ask yourself this question between your party and your country: who are you? What's called loyal to?
Andrew is patronizing me.
No. The one I'm trying to make is that you are not part of government. You fact that you're an MPP member does not mean that you are part of. You are not part of government. Did they seek your input? You are talking about your future. Why you didn't make an input in your future? The fact that you're MPP does not mean that you made an input in your future. There are certain old men who had the power of taking very bad decisions, which it will impair your future. Why should you come and defend them? Why should you defend them at the expense of Ghana? That's what I'm saying. You are not part of government.
28 to the top of the hour. We're going for a quick break. When we return, I will pick final thoughts on this subject matter, and then we will get into the Hanan case. But stay with us. This is the 3FM Sunrise here on 3FM 92.7.
When malaria strikes you,
your attention to EduPack, receiving support from the Ghana Education Service, approved and supported by the National SHS initiative implemented by Prospectus Ghana. Because it is now in progress across the country. Parents across the country are already registering so that their children's trunk, Macintosh mattresses and pillows and plastic chop boxes will be ready and waiting at their schools before reporting day. Do not delay and be caught in the usual last-minute market rush, carrying heavy items under pressure with EduPack. Your child does not need to travel to school with these 4 essential items. To register, simply dial *713*821# or visit any ADB branch or go to www.edupackgh.com. Make payment, keep your receipt, and present it on opening day to collect all your child's EduPack items. Your EduPack registration follows you to any SHS you are placed. Avoid the stress, avoid the rush, prepare with confidence, all at a very affordable price. Call them on 0500 600 607 or 0302 955 050. EduPack, no stress, no wahala.
So talk about. So backbite.
And the 24th African Athletics Championship is happening in Accra from the 12th to the 17th of May 2026 at the University of Ghana Sports Complex, Legon. That will be the battleground where Africa's finest champions will go head-to-head in a thrilling track and field competition. Global superstars like Beatrice Chebet, Faith Kipyojin and Toby Amasun will be there alongside our very own stars Benjamin Azamati, Abdul Rashid Saminu, and a host of others. This is speed, this is power, this is obviously pride, and this is Africa competing at its highest level. The 24th Senior African Athletics Championship, Feel the Heat Champions within Africa. It's powered by the Ministry of Sport and Recreation, the Confederation of African Athletics, and the Ghana Athletics Association. Be there, feel it live, witness history, and feel the heat. Back in the studio, my guests are still with me. I'll take final word, about a minute or two each, so that we can switch lanes and talk Abdul Hananas. We're doing 23 to the top of the hour. And I'll start off with Derek Ejekum first. You want him to have a right of?
He seems. It seems as though everybody is speaking against.
Okay, so 2 minutes.
No.
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
No,
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
No, I'll do 1 minute. I'll do 1 minute. I'll do 1 minute. I'll do 1 minute. I'll do even 2 minutes.
On it. That time is taken.
I ceded a lot of my time to him. He went on a tirade, raving and ranting and shouting and screaming into people's ears with a soft tone. The delivery from the UP spoke to the hearts of Ghanaians, point after point, nailing it. At the end of the day, the verdict is clear that his boss, in fact, and don't follow miracles either. I said don't follow Bawumia and don't cede your future to Bawumia as a young person. Okay? Don't follow miracles. He's a young man, but he decided to destroy himself for Bawumia. Don't do that. That's my advice to you. Now, Bawumia was brought in to manage the economy. President, what's his name, Akufo-Addo, told all Ghanaians why he was bringing Bawumia. He was the economic messiah, the whiz kid, the one who was not the digitization man, the economic whiz kid. He put him in charge of the economic management team, of which Ken Ofori-Atta was just one member, just one. Anderson, another wing of it, but he was the head. As the head, so rotten, so rotten. So corrupt, so corrupt. PDS will bear us out. And I'm sure very soon you will see it when the prosecutions begin, when the investigations are put out there. The role Bawumia played, the insurance guarantee as opposed to the bank guarantee, conditions precedent, and the fraud that Amewu, even as energy minister, spoke to. We are just finishing. Listen, wrapping up on the Bawumia economic mess.
You are 15 seconds away from your time ending.
No problem. The point I'm making is that Bawumia said that Ken Ofori-Atta hijacked the thing, so he was not in charge of the economy. Bawumia today should call for Ken Ofori-Atta to come and answer for how he handled the economy, his stewardship under his watch should be Bawumia's mantra. Otherwise, Bawumia and his spokespersons should be banned from every media house from speaking to Ghanaians.
Final words in terms of the reports to the IMF and what you are expecting to come out of that, because we've seen that in the past and really nothing comes out of it.
Yes, so the crust of the petition to the IMF is to pay critical attention to the management of our economy. We are about leaving the IMF conditionality, we are about leaving the IMF program. And so, post IMF, what is there to be done? And I think that basically that is what the petition is drawing the attention of the IMF to. And as part of what BOG does, they should take a critical look at it, because at the end of the day, we do not want to go back to the IMF conditionalities. We do not want to go back to, as it were, as an independent nation, and we would have people sit somewhere because we become financially...
We mismanage affairs. Is that a fair way to describe it?
No. I wouldn't want to call it that way, but I mean, but we've been in this country where people have gone for policy
credibility
matters. Because is it that people were not
it was just a question. Because every time we go
sometimes
to the IMF,
it's not always just about mismanagement, but issues come up, emergencies do come up,
I mean, the fact that I come to Derek J for fuel money doesn't mean I've mismanaged my fuel allowances. Maybe there were emergency times, and so such monies were used for other issues. And so, yes, we do not want to go back to the IMF again. And so it's only right that as the minority in Parliament would draw the IMF's attention to some of these things, and they serve as a guide, or they serve as a torch to some of these things. And so, yes, I think it's only right and it's only fair that the minority in Parliament petitions the IMF, writes to them, just so they pay keen attention to what is happening in our country.
2 minutes up. Andrew, final words on BOG and its related matters and the expectation going forward. Recapitalization will be a big conversation for later.
So, after going to I think I'm very disappointed in the minister. As a minister, deputy minister for finance, later substantive minister for finance in a leadership that came and met IMF, extended the IMF program, left the IMF, and went back practically begging, and you understand. If these people were in power when we were fighting for independence, we would never have gotten our independence. And you see, when you petition somebody, it's like you are petitioning
a higher authority.
And IMF is not as superior. We are a sovereign nation for all intents and purposes. If they have issues, the sovereign in this country are the people, per the constitution. So petition go to the people. Go to the people and tell them that this, in my opinion, this and that has been done is not right. So we, the sovereign, should do something about it. But to go to IMF to subjugate our sovereignty and that's very disappointing. Now, so how do we prevent ourselves from what's called having this negative equity? Understand? Is to have commitment to deal with the solution to which we all are aware. We have been talking about changing the structure of our economy for a very long time. We've been speaking about it. Now we need leadership that will show real commitment to restructuring the fundamentals of our economy. His Excellency, during his campaign, promised that, in his opinion, one of the ways in which he's going to deal with that is through the 24-hour economy. And that's what he believes is the solution. Now, he's shown commitment to that by institutionalizing the idea in the 24-hour Act. You understand? I'll just ask that he even takes the commitment levels a notch further by ensuring that there's a real, it's not a matter of just doing a law, but there's a real implementation of the obligations that have been created in that. And when you read it, one of the key things there is their commitment to SME development. See, so it shouldn't just be promotion by mouth, but it should be promotion by deed. And that promotion by deed would, first of all, require that we create an institution that would help the SMEs grow in terms of proper structures, proper governance system, and also capital, chief capital. And see, we've given our GTP plan to them. In the GTP, one of our critical monetary policy issues was, how does Bank of Ghana leverage on its power as the holder of monetary policy, you understand, to cause the banks to make available to SMEs
funds,
cheap funds. They can do that by something like what we call the government loan guarantee scheme. They can do that. They can do that by instructing the banks to make a certain percentage of their profit after tax to the SMEs. When we do that, when we cause real production to happen in the private sector, when we push the value addition strategy, when we deal with radical infrastructure development, railways, and all, then we would have dealt with the fundamentals of our economy, would have caused a situation where Ghana itself can raise enough revenue. Because essentially that's the problem. And when we've done that, then Bank of Ghana can be allowed to do the job for which they were set up. That is the proper monetary policy.
Mark,
job.
2 minutes as well.
Now, on the petition to the IMF, I think it is very infamous to submit such petition to the Bank of Ghana, looking at how bad and the bad reputation that the former minister Aminanta, performed in government. And for me, it is very ignominy to the extent that we have, pushed Ghana into such a shame and disgrace after this high level of failure by the previous administration, talking about the fact that now that we are exiting IMF, we are looking at what the country should do so that our economic outlook would pose better. You had the opportunity, and what did you do? You couldn't do that. I believe that it is important as a country, the BOG looks out for some, not necessarily strict, but take some strong decisions. For instance, I know that ADB has a mandate, and their mandate is to support the agricultural sector. But it is also difficult to run a bank and make a loss. It is not like the Bank of Ghana. So it has become so, difficult for the ADB to give out monies to farmers when they know that the risk associated to farming is very, very high. For instance, we can look at ensuring that the banks give loans to specific national projects that will support and benefit the ordinary Ghanaian. For instance, if you have roads, if you have infrastructures that support the local economy, to support the people, to have some level of economic freedom, it would have been nice. So let's commend this government for what it is doing, and let's not listen to what the MPPs are saying. Right. Let's commend this government. We have a future to protect, and we have a development ahead of us as a country.
I'll return to Prince just quickly on the Hanan situation. We are juggling the law to keep people behind bars because his lawyers even say they've not been able to get access to Hanan since he was rearrested by I'm just seeing a statement from Apenyo Markin as well describing it as harassment. What is being done to Hanan, his wife, and the other accused persons. 2 minutes on that score.
What is Hanan accused of?
Matters in relation to the Buffer Stock Company, allegations of thefts causing financial loss and what have you.
So they agree, right? And Hanan is a young man. I sympathize again with young men. And unfortunately, when young men are given opportunity and they fail to deliver, again, I feel sadder still because they block the chances of Derek Ejekum and others who, at the time MPP comes, he will not be a young man anymore. He'll be having a lot of gray hair like myself. So, anyway. Basically, his lawyer is Dami, right? Dami is the same person speaking today. I'm surprised. A man who did exactly what he's complaining about. And it's not actually, I'm not a lawyer, but fortunately we have a lawyer in here. It's not uncommon for people to be charged with a set of, things, and then the charges are dropped and then they are rearrested, possibly with
But why detain them? They are not getting access to their lawyers.
That is what Dami is saying. Dami has been doing that for a long time. He oversaw something in the realms of Siberia lifestyle.
The fact that he did it doesn't mean...
No, I'm not saying that it is what is happening. I'm saying that he's complaining. He seems to be complaining about things that he did, which may not, I think he's a little paranoid. I think so. So let's excuse that. Do you know for a fact that indeed that's the case? That's Dami's word. Dami is someone who has been, to borrow Martin Pebu's words, been lying consistently over time. He's been the hatchet man for Akufo-Addo. We know that. Even when Gloria Akufo was supposedly the Attorney General, he was the hatchet man doing all the dirty work. So he should stop complaining. Now, to the facts. I think that Hanan and his wife should be given a fair trial. I think also that Ghanaians want oral to work and want to see everybody who has looted, whether it's land, whether it is landed property, whether it is money, should be dealt with. And especially the Buffer Stock. What they were intended to do, they never did. Look at what happened to our school children over that period. Look at what happened to the rights and so on.
Let me go to Mark
criminal.
Because of time. Mark, 2 minutes as well on Hanan and the development
we
from
have
there.
continuously been talking about issues of corruption and corruption-related activities here in Ghana. The country loses huge sums of money to corrupt issues. I believe that we should make corruption a canker. We should make it a no-go area where individuals will not have the taste or the nerves to even go into corruption. We have seen in recent times that people embezzle funds, mismanage the system, and get away because they realize that there is no stricter punishment that they would go through. For me, they are entitled to fairness and justice must be served. but we should try as much as we can as a country that if we want to really develop, let us make corruption a no-go area.
Prince, not Prince, Tariki Jikum. I keep excited. Derek, your time has begun.
Yes, so I saw the post on the Facebook page of the Deputy Attorney General.
Yeah, so the charges being withdrawn and all that.
Charges were withdrawn, and then fresh new charges were made because they identified other fresh facts out of their investigations. So it makes me ask myself, why do we always rush and then come to the media and come and do these things? If for nothing at all, their previous accusation lingers on the minds of the people that the former CEO for the food buffer stocks is alleged to have done this. And so why do we always rush and we are in the speed to hang our people? I have always said and I have maintained that when you are given a mandate to serve, you have a mandate to make the lives of the people better, not to impoverish the people that you have sworn or you have made an allegiance to serve. And so I am of the expert's opinion that there's no point in shielding anybody who may have done anything wrong. But the manner in which we handle some of these things has always been a problem. You see, one day, permits me to change my language. One day, mobile search will be nanipan be watom so na Germany so. The rate at which we rush to come out to, as it were, put out informations where we may not even have delved deeper, but by mere allegations from people from oral reports and whatever, we come out to crucify our own people who have served the nation, people who have given their life, given their time to the nation. Look at how my senior Andrew spoke about the BOG issue. Andrew, he said it's not a liver salt, so Andrew, not Andrews. Spoke about some of, and then you realize that when he's making his submissions, well, sometimes he plays the politics, because you see, when he's talking, he keeps on saying things that exonerate the trade ministry where his boss was the leader, and that is fine. That's what everybody does. But you see, we shouldn't be in a rush to crucify people. We shouldn't be in a rush to. So, for instance, if Hanan, when previously we said that it is alleged to have misappropriated about 70 million, assuming 70 million. Now that lingers on the minds of the people.
It's a fresh evidence. Doesn't mean the evidence which exists already might not be brought.
But you withdraw all those charges against him. You are filing new charges about him. So what if the fresh evidence brings down the amount to, let's say, if
more, please.
What, you see, why are you so much in a rush to make the formal appointees bad?
What if? And I'm giving you the information that it is actually more, not less.
Andrew, finish for me, and then we can.
But I don't think there's much to say. This is a clear.
I mean, there's a question as to why not finish investigations and formally charge, but now you're withdrawing back and forth. He's in detention with Yoko now again. His lawyers say they cannot reach him.
Listen, what has happened is one of the most common things that happens in court.
Fair.
Knowledge procedure. So it does not mean that they are not done investigation to a point where they felt that there was something untoward. You understand? It's very common. Probably they've chanced on a very material evidence that changes the very foundation of the case they are making against him. You understand? So we shouldn't make too much what's it called about.
There shouldn't be
this.
a lot of fuss.
But having said that, you see, and also we have a constitution that says that one of the abiding principles is probity and accountability. You understand? And then we also have a constitution that says that it believes firmly in the rule of law. You understand? And then all put together, we have a constitution whose focus is to protect lives, protect our liberties. So yes, we can enforce the principle of probity and accountability, but must be within the confines of the values and principles of our constitution. So in this case, where first of all, Hanan was kept in for a very long time before he finally
got bail.
You understand? I do not see justification for keeping him in. You understand? You can invite him, because after he was granted bail and after he came out, he's not run away. Unlike Ofreta. The point I'm trying to, because of the extent of time in which he was kept in, you can't justify why you should even keep him beyond an hour. Yeah, so you.
Yeah, investigating.
Yeah, but you see, you can but you can't let him go and invite him. But I'm saying that when for the extent of time in which he was kept in, and after he was there to go, has it taken flight? Because you see, there's a thin line between prosecution and persecution. A very, very thin line. And perception is everything. You don't want a situation where a genuine prosecution will be seen as persecution. Because you see,
procedurally it's not wrong. You agree?
I would say that, you see, there's a burden on all lawyers, all practitioners of lawyers, all people who dispense with justice. That says that justice must not only be done, it must it must manifestly be seen. So it's not just about the black and white.
Yes.
Yeah, you understand. The point is that you've kept somebody in for I think it was weeks, for a very long time.
But Yoko has his SOPs.
No. What I'm saying is that you see, going by what you are saying, you may lose the battle of this transcended from prosecution to persecution.
No,
right.
And you don't want that. I think the people of Ghana
appreciate
faced with more. You didn't finish your point.
But the people of Ghana want a system that is fidel to the values and principles, and that's why when anybody comes to power, the
3FM 92.7
to Ghana. Yes. You are going to be faithful to Ghana. You are going to be faithful to the values and principles of Ghana. And the people of Ghana, we took up ourselves a constitution.
Right.
Thank you. Within the confines
of rule of law. Thank you very much. That's our show for you today. Big thank you to Prince Derek J, Senior Communicator of the NDC, Mark Ako Ewusi, Convener of Election Watch Ghana, Derek J Kum is NPP National Communications Team Member, and Andrew Apia Dankwa is the Director of Legal Affairs for the United Party. A few birthdays that I have to clear out of the way before we run out of the studio. So a happy birthday to the Chief Director, Directors and staff of the Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, to the Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, wishing continued success in service. Honorable, we are looking to have a sit down with you. And so on this occasion of a birthday, we wish you nothing but the best. Enjoy today. Also, a happy birthday to Esther Koko Daite. May God continue to guide and order your steps. We love you so much from your family. This one is to Ma Lizzie of Achimota. May the Lord guide your steps, fill your heart with peace, and surround you with His endless love. May your new age be full of favor, joy, good health, and divine breakthroughs. Emmanuel Pencil as well is your birthday. Happy birthday to you. You turn imagination into motion and intelligence into art from your family and friends. Happy birthday to you. Mavis Ekia Akesi with Teshilet, my student of the University of Ghana, Legon, offering procurement and supply chain. These details here. May your new year be as brilliant as your heart and as sweet as the love you give, from Emmanuel Boating from South Odoko Estate. And also a happy birthday to Bright Kweku Frimpong. It's a belated birthday from Derek Jekum to you. His father, it says happy birthday to you, Mr. Frimpong. Wishing you nothing but the best. That's our show for you today. We're back again, God willing, tomorrow. Enyanam Haligan will do the news update for us. Many thanks for being a part of the show.
You breaking me, dancing me, make can you see me? I be the reason for you. Hey, look up to you, look down on me, see me, any day ni. Hey, I'm litty for low. I say come out for my life, it don't matter. And now you think say my life, it go scatter. And now you copy the food, bring your platter. And now we give all the thanks to the Father. And I can't get shit.
3FM 3FM 92.7 Urban Lifestyle Radio Station.
It's now time for the news update here on 3FM 92.7. I am Enyuna Maliga. We're going to a first story now where the Economic and Organized Crime Office on Tuesday rearrested the former Chief Executive Officer of the National Food and Buffer Stock Company, Hanan Abdul Wahab, and his wife, Fozia Seydougouni. The arrest occurred shortly after the Attorney General withdrew all charges against them. There's more in the full report. Well, meanwhile, last night, Godfrey Dame, the co-counsel for the former CEO, said he has not been given access to his client whilst at detention at the Economic and Organized Crime Office. He spoke on an Accra station.
They have been denied access to counsel. I have junior colleagues of mine who have been sitting at Ullo since about 11 o'clock. They have not been given access to them. They have not been given access to the former chief executive of Buffer Stock. I mean, what kind of practice is that? They have been sitting at Ullo since 11 o'clock. They have not had access to their clients. These are junior colleagues of mine, and they are still sitting there. Apparently, Hanan even fell ill in the course of all the harassment and was rushed to the hospital and brought back to Yoko office. He's still in the custody of Yoko at the Yoko office. He's not been given access to his lawyers. Yeah, so trying to negotiate is being freed from the custody of Yoko.
And that was Godfrey Dame. He's the counsel for the former Chief Executive Officer of the National Food and Buffer Stock Company, Hanan Abdul Wahab Alibidu. Now, in another development, investigations into the PDS-linked arrest are deepening, with the Attorney General's office now tracing the flow of funds to determine whether the transaction points to a coordinated scheme or a standalone breach. According to the spokesperson to the Attorney General, Benjamin Alpha Edu, investigators are still following the money trail.
An investigation is ongoing into circumstances surrounding the disappearance of 850 million Ghana cedis from an ECG Car Bank account. The intelligence agencies deem it fit that these 4 persons be invited for questioning. They've done so, they've granted them bail, and that is where we are at now. We do not know whether it was a coordinated scheme between some officials of PDS and these 4 persons. What we know and we can speak to at this point is that the investigative agencies want to trace the circumstances surrounding the disappearance of these monies.
And that was the spokesperson for the Attorney General, Benjamin Alpha Edu there. Now to some agricultural stories, Ghana's tomato trade is at a turning point as supply disruptions in Burkina Faso force a decisive shift. Ghanaian traders are now preparing to reduce dependence on cross-border supply and rely on local harvests to stabilize price and supply.
Ghana was shaken when Burkinabe authorities announced a ban on the export of tomatoes to neighboring countries. The move triggered a surge in prices of the commodity across local markets. Last month, the restriction was eased for Ghana, allowing traders to resume imports from the Sahelian country. However, supplies have since dwindled as the major crop season in Burkina Faso comes to an end. The few remaining tomatoes on farms are being destroyed by frequent downpours, worsening the shortage. Traders who source the commodity say they are now returning with empty crates.
Because of the rainy season, or few empty boxes na keba. If it were more, Benjamin tournament, I'm going to Jalawafe, Benoba, that's something like 120 pieces, Bianwana 55 pieces. Or corner, if it was shortage of the boxes, in my machine, it was the reason.
This has significantly impacted prevailing market prices.
It's a price, no, a cost. First, na keba form kakraba is saying because of fire say omo kwechire and a kofa. And ama eniama no eniano a wechire point on baba no na eniama no aye condemn.
At Agbogloshi in Accra, only a few tomato traders displayed their wares for sale. The majority were out of stock. At Accra Railways, the few available supplies are yet to be cleared. According to the traders, the last batch of Ghanaian buyers is currently in Burkina Faso to source what remains, after which trips there will cease.
Because
That was a report by Stanley Niblo, where some tomato traders are deciding to reduce on cross-border supply and in relying on local harvest to stabilize price and supply. That brings us to the end of the news update here on 3FM 92.7. For more news, please check our website at 3news.com. I am Enyunam Haliga. AJ comes your way with Reloud.
Ever felt like you